All right, y'all. I'm here. I'm live. Good afternoon. If you is out there, good afternoon. Uh, and good Thursday to you. And I was watching Knowledge and Relationships last night. Shout out to Rico. Shout out to Arshawn. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships, the whole crew over there. And I was watching it, man. I got inspired to talk about why men dip on women in when they're in relationships. Salute to the brother Rush. Shout out to the young lion out there. Yeah, man. So we want to talk about why do why do men step out, man, and what and do these women serve purposes? The prostitutes, the escorts, the 304s, and the side chicks. Do they serve a purpose? Can they be a benefit to to men? We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. We kind of got into it last time, but we're gonna finish the discussion today. Greetings and salutations, everybody. All right, so without further ado, we're gonna get into my first example of how stuff can go really bad, man, when you dip with the wrong chick. We're gonna get into Tiger Woods. We're gonna get into Tiger Woods. So let's get into Tiger Woods and let me read an article about Tiger Woods. Well, first of all, we all know that Tiger Woods got caught with his he got caught by his wife um cheating, and his wife chased him down the street in his car, made him crash into a tree, and tried to beat him with a golf club, right? This is documented. There's nothing, I'm not saying nothing allegedly. This is documented. Um, so what was he running for? What was he, why was he afraid? Why was he afraid for her to find out? Right? If you cheating, what are you scared of? Why are you cheating? So we didn't get into all of that. But let's listen to this is a phone call from Tiger Woods to his girlfriend to try to encourage the girl he's cheating with. Well, one of the girls he was cheating with, the main one, I believe, to erase his number or something like that from the phone, so that when the wife called, she wouldn't be able to see it was him or her or whatever. I don't know, man, how he was trying to get it to play out. But let's listen to it and let's see how it's going down.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Listen right here.
Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you. So if you can, please take your name off that and what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge, quickly. All right, bye.
Ouch. 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 I think we got a little more.
Hey, boo.
Hey, Shaquenta. It's Tiger.
Hey,
Oh,
Tiger.
this is that's just a comedy skit there. All right, so you guys heard Tiger. He had to call his girlfriend and try to get her to get off the phone, but it was too late. The cat was out of the bag. Brother Rush, yo, how did they get this recording? The girl went around trying to sell it. She went around selling it to everybody, Rush, and that's what she did, man. She was trying to come up, man. When you got recordings like that, that's what these young girls do, man. They'll come up, well, the 3 or 4 part ones at least. They will save a lot of these communications that you make with them in case they run out of money. When they run out of money, they go run around to the press and try to sell it. And that's what this girl did. That's what the side chick did. The side chick had all this communication with Tiger Woods and just went around selling it to the National Enquirer, sold it to these guys, sold it to a bunch of other people. So it is what it is. That's why you got to be careful, especially when you're very successful or you got a high income. You got to be very careful out here. Very careful. For the Rush, wow. So I guess she can't get arrested for extortion. No, I think Tiger Woods was in such a bad situation with the wife. He didn't have time to even deal with her. He didn't even have time to deal with her, man. He didn't have time to deal with her. I mean, the wife was making life unbearable, man, at this time. I mean, they finally got divorced in 2010, but the wife was making life miserable. You think Dr. Dre's wife was bad? Holy smokes, man. This lady was making things real bad for Tiger Woods. He couldn't see his children. She's trying to put him out of everything, man. And he had small children at that time. Brother D, let's get it. What's good, Brother Clarence? What's good, Brother D? I appreciate you stopping by last time. Strong performance, man. Hopefully, if you get a chance, man, you can stop on through today, man. All right, so let me read this article to y'all about Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, divorce. Before Woods' high-profile divorce, golfer Colin Montgomery had the sport's most high-profile and expensive divorce, according to Gotham Pigist. Montgomery is known for his prowess at the Ryder Cup en route to 31 career victories. The award-winning golfer was most famous both in his homeland and abroad. While all of this was fine and dandy, Montgomery's personal life was not. His wife, Gaynor Knowles, spelled like Beyonce Knowles, reportedly found out about his infidelity and immediately ended the marriage. Ouch. And paved the way for a massive court battle. Oof. According to the Economic Times, the divorce cost Montgomery $24 million when all was said and done. It was a record that Woods would break not long after. Tiger Woods' divorce. Anyone who followed Woods' story likely knows of his first divorce from 2009. It all started with a car crash in November 2009. According to the Globe and Mail, the collision resulted in a quarrel between Woods and his wife, Ellen Nordegren, after discovering the golfer's infidelities with a New York nightclub owner. That report spawned several others as more women came forward with their stories of affairs. See, this is what happens. You get caught in, and then they just start dogpiling you, man. Everybody starts running for the door to try to sell a story. And you know what I'm saying? Just like the police. First one to talk is first one to walk, right? Well, first one to, tell their stories, first one to get paid, right? Is very Brother D. Temptation is the MF. The money they have, the more debauchery they can get into. I agreed, brother. I agreed. But this is just a lesson for the rest of us with our boots on the ground, right? You got to kind of watch where you stepping, man, because you never know, man. You might have a cool side chick and everything. Everything's cool as long as you're doing what you're doing. You kicking in. But when your wife find out and she stopped that money from flowing, now what? Now what is this chick gonna do? Is she gonna play the game like it's supposed to be played? Once you get found out, you know what I'm saying? It's like football. Once you step out of bounds, you out of the play, right? You can't step back into bounds no more, right? But some of these side chicks today, they don't know how to play the game, man. They get out of bounds and they keep on running like they still in bounds, man. You know what I'm saying? You out of bounds. You got to stop, and you out of the play from now, right? But you know what I'm saying? They don't care nothing about the man's kids, his children, his nothing. Nothing. It's just an easy payday, man. It's an easy payday. So you got to watch where you stepping with these side chicks, man, and these women, man. The more money, yeah, man, the more money you you can definitely get into some stuff. But it don't even take money to get into some stuff, man. All it takes is some time and a little bit of money. And if you got the right mouthpiece, You don't need no money to get into nothing, man. You got the right sexual energy, man. Stuff will come to you, man. You gotta really fight it off. Brother Rico, good evening, chat. Brother Rico in the house. Brother Rush, Tiger Woods' ex-wife never loved him. She secured the bag. Well, you know what, Rush? I can't say she didn't ever love him. I think what she did was she just said, I'm not gonna let you some women are real strict about their monogamy, the monogamy that they going to be involved with, man. So I don't think that she probably cared about him, but I think what you're saying is she should have cared more about him than actually the monogamy. But a lot of women in today's world are not like that, brother. They enter into a marriage expecting that nothing's going to happen. It's not going to be no problems, and that's what I'm here to tell you, man. I don't care how good your marriage is. It's going to be bumps in the road sooner or later somewhere. Brother D, Floyd Mayweather has 7 girlfriends, and they all know about each other. Yeah, everybody's going to be cool as long as the money's flowing. Mike Tyson said that. Hey, as long as all the goodies are coming, everybody's going to play their position. It's when the goodies going to stop. See, when the wife finds out, the wife's going to stop all the goodies from flowing, and that's when everybody's going to start running to the tabloids. That's when the decent side chicks, the old school side chicks, the ones that play by the rules, they're not going to go to the tabloids because they know, hey, I knew the game. I knew what the game was when I stepped in here. I knew what the game was when I stepped in here. So I knew the deal. So ain't no point in me saying something now. Ain't no point in me trying to stay and play, and I'm out of bounds now. I just got to go and go to another team, right? These side chicks thing, they like, hey, I kept all that communication just in case the wife found out I could get paid. It is what it is, man. Today's side chick is ain't no joke, man. Brother D, Carmelo Anthony got engaged at 19 to an older woman. Now look at him, divorced and smashing everything. Laugh out loud, making up for lost time. You know what, brother? It just depends on the kind of personality you got, man. If that's what you need to reinforce your masculinity, is to keep slaying all these different dragons, hey, go ahead, go for it. But some people are not. Some people, I think the average dude is out there and gets caught up because even Carmelo Anthony. The temptation is so high, and the women are willing to go so far to get on your team, to get in your to get on your organization, get in your organization, man. They're willing to go so far to get in your organization, man. It's very flattering, and they can't. How many times can you say no? You out there on the road for 2 weeks at a time. You playing basketball. You got all this adrenaline pumped up, everything. I'm gonna tell you, man. I think the number, the four people that's gonna have the worst. The 4 people that's gonna have it the worst. The 4 people gonna have it the worst. Track is the number one. Those track people are the freakiest of the freak. They are the sex. They are why track because everybody's in great shape. Everybody's limber. Everybody's in great shape. They can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Then the football players, then the basketball players, then the baseball players, and so on and so forth. But track, nobody beats the track athletes, man. Track athletes, man, number one. They are getting it in. They are getting it in. Brother Rico, problem with side chicks is establishing a relationship. Any relationship, you give some power. Best. Y'all give me 1 minute, man. Give me one. All right. The problem with side chicks is establishing a relationship. Any relationship give you give you any relationship you give some power. Yeah, that's an ugly situation though, Rick. Ugly situation. But best just to get a hooker, purely transactional. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. We're gonna talk about it, brother. We're gonna talk about it. Brother Rush, Lala cheated on her husband with Manio. Yeah, well, like I said, today's woman is different, man. Back in the day, a woman wouldn't just cheat on you because you cheated on her. Now, many of these women they don't want to cheat. They're just vindictive, and that to them, to ease their pain, they want to see you in pain. That's going to ease their pain, so they go out and do it. They ain't really looking for it, and to start another relationship. They just want to see you in pain. They just want to see you suffer. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. Now, I'm not saying they're supposed to just walk around taking it that you being unfaithful to them. But I think the best thing for them to do is just decide whether they're gonna stay or leave, as opposed to being cunning like that, where I'm gonna just bring somebody in that had nothing to do with it and get them all involved in the situation. She could have got that man killed. What if Carmelo Anthony came home one day and decided he was gonna kill this man? Death by 304. Just did a video today about that. Brother D, it's better to stay single until their career cools off. When players get married in their prime, they usually get hit by divorce with their wife soon after because the thrill is gone. Yeah, a lot of times that happens, right? Athlete goes out there, has a great career. Look at Michael Jordan, goes out there, has a great career. Everything's good. As long as you're on the road and they don't have to deal with you for weeks at a time, everything's good. Now you're at home every day. You retire, you're at home every day. They're like, you're not even, you especially you got a long career, like 17, 18 years. You come back home, you like a different person. She's like a different person. You know how to deal with each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, especially when your phone is ringing off the hook, right? How do you deal with that when now you're at home every day and your phone is ringing off the hook with 3 or 4 different chicks every day, right? Brother D, for example, Kevin Garnett, he got married when he won an MVP, got divorced soon after his career was done. Now you got to pay $1 million in alimony every year. Ouch. 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 Yeah, man, KG got taken to the cleaners. Definitely. A lot of these dudes are going to get taken to the cleaners, man, because unfortunately, they learn how to play their art. They learn their art. They learn how to, be a better basketball, football player, baseball player, whatever, soccer player, whatever. Right? They don't really spend that much time socializing with women, so they never really learn how to do it in a way that's productive for them. And so they end up just marrying somebody who plays the role like they are the woman of their dreams. And then, of course, they find out that this ain't the woman of their dreams. She just looked like that. And then once you try to get her to do certain things after she signed on a dotted line, that's when she becomes a heifer. And you know what a heifer is, right? Those of y'all that don't know nothing about cows, a heifer is a cow that don't give no milk. It don't do nothing but take up space. You know what I'm saying? Don't give no milk. Don't give no it's unuseful. You know what I'm saying? Just there. And you like, damn, what am I doing with this cow that ain't doing nothing? Right. Anyway, all right, so let me you know what, you guys know what's up with the Tiger Woods thing. I don't even go into Tiger Woods divorce. Let's talk about prostitutes. Why are prostitutes well, prostitutes are a bad thing, brother Clarence. Clarence, prostitutes are bad. Why are prostitutes bad? Prostitutes are bad because you know what? Let me do this. Let me do this before I do that. Let me do this. Let me put the link out there, and I can ask some questions of y'all, man. Y'all could tell me. Y'all could tell me, man. Why are prostitutes bad? Why are prostitutes bad? I mean, if prostitutes were really a bad thing, how come they are so pervasive? How come they're everywhere? How come they're everywhere? If prostitutes are so bad, why are they everywhere? Right? There's a reason why you can't walk into the drugstore and buy arsenic. There's a reason why you can't go into the drugstore and buy dynamite. There's a reason why you can't just walk into the store and buy fentanyl. But anywhere you go, you can find prostitutes. You can find prostitutes everywhere. Brother Rico.
What's up, Brother Clarence?
Brother Rico, I have a question for you, brother.
Yes.
I need a real answer, bro. I need somebody who's gonna be honest with me.
Okay.
What's the deal with prostitutes, man? Why are prostitutes considered so bad? If they were considered so bad, how come they're in such high demand? What's the issue there?
Well, first of all, we need to understand prostitutes are only considered bad in certain places.
Okay.
Here, particularly here in the U.S., but in lots of other countries all over the world, sex work is work, and it's treated as that.
Okay, so you've been all over the world.
Yeah,
give me some places where it's just another thing.
Pretty much in most of a lot of the Nordic countries, Germany, prostitution is legal. Even in places where it's either fully legal and regulated by the government, or it's accepted as a part of society. So, for example, like I got a retirement home in the DR. It's not regulated by the government, but everybody knows prostitution is widely exists, and it's a part of the economy. And the government knows it exists. They just don't regulate it. But in Korea, it's legal.
Okay.
It's legal. That was back in the 80s when I was in Korea. You had brothels all throughout the country. Right. Germany, you got brothels where they be in the windows. So a lot of countries, especially a lot of European countries, I think Amsterdam is legal. You go into a man on his lunch break, you go get a piece of tail.
Right.
And a lot of married people use these. If you're living in that country and it's legal, your wife probably know, on your lunch break, you went and got a little bit. But these women, they have to be like in the countries where it's legal and regulated, they get regularly tested. So on and so forth. You're not going to be getting it like crazy then, because it's not like you're catching $20 hookers. You're paying a reasonable fee, because they don't even consider it. They call it sex work. It's actual work. They're licensed. They get W-2s. They pay taxes and everything. So there are countries. It's just like the same as Nevada,
right?
The brothel there. It's that same structure, because what is it, like 2 counties in the state of Nevada only where there's legal prostitution in the U.S. Just imagine if that was just all over the country. Yeah. And there is a move on to push to have the same way. I say give it 30, 40 years, it'll be legalized prostitution in the U.S., the same as the marijuana thing. Look at how long marijuana was, and now half the country, you got legalized recreational marijuana, and the government is taxing it and so forth. Because there's a big push on it, because you can't get it to go away.
Right.
So if you take it out of the seedy side, that'll hopefully cut down on some of the sex trafficking and things like that. Because because before, remember, you had the back page, and you still have a plethora of prostitutes. It's just the seediness, the drug dependency, and all that can possibly make a lot of it go away. Just like, we still have drug crimes, but the more states that legalize marijuana, you start to see a lot of the violence and crime around marijuana in those states go down, because I don't have to get it off a Pookie on the corner. I can go to the damn store and get it.
Right.
I can get my edibles or whatever. So once you take that out of it, you take all the all of the huge profit out of it. The government can regulate it. So I say clearly, prostitution is. I think there's more countries where prostitution is either legalized or accepted. It's not legalized, but it's just like they know it fully exists. Then in places like the U.S. where, they're like, they jump up and down your head and they run around and arrest people. They don't arrest people for prostitution all throughout Central America and places.
Right.
I see nobody going to jail for prostitution in those countries. They may not have the brothels, but nobody is going to jail for it. They're not. That's like ain't no way in hell. That's not a crime. That's just, call it what you want. So either you have in a lot of countries pure legalized, government regulated, taxated prostitution, or you have it where they do it and it's just not a crime. And only in the U.S. where solicitation and prostitution is a crime, and I probably
I think they do. They make it so strict because it's big business. The reason why I say it's big is in the United States they make the prostitution such a bad thing and so hard to deal with that you don't want to deal with it. And the reason why they do that is big business for actually, divorces. There's money in the, people getting divorced. You know what I mean? So I don't think the government wants to. I don't think the government will want to legalize prostitutions because that will cause a great shift where dudes will no longer try to get at chicks. They'll just go straight to a prostitute. Actually, it would be a very bad thing for the average woman if they were to legalize prostitutions in United States.
But why? Why would it be any worse than what it is now?
Because there will be no need. There would be no need for a guy to try to sway his way into a female's life because he could get that sexual contact by going up the block and drop a few dollars to get
right,
because that's
dick with, right. Because
that's part of my own French. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you're absolutely right, because in those countries where prostitution is legalized, probably every married man buys some tail. If he buys for his birthday, whatever, probably because it's not like they go home and tell their wife, but they do it because, see, the thing in the U.S., like if I wanted to sneak, see, if in the U.S.,
Brother Rico, they do it because in those foreign countries, their divorce, they don't pay. What's the word I want to? Not divorce rate, but they're not scared. They're not scared. Like their women don't have
alimony.
Like they don't have, huh?
You talking about alimony?
Not just alimony, but like in America, there's a great consequence for divorcing your wife. So it's like, yo, first thing that come to mind to American male's mind is, if I divorce my wife, how much is gonna cost? But within those foreign countries, they don't worry about that. It's like, yo, if you want to leave, bitch, go ahead and leave. But my house is still mine, and I'm just gonna get a new bitch. You know what I mean?
For all, but some of the countries, yes, but some of the countries they do. Like the UK, Canada, they do still have divorce laws that's similar to the US. They're almost the same. But see, here's the thing. In the countries where the prostitution is legal, I think what happens is, like, the problem. But here's the problem I say here in the US. I'm a married man, right? I want to cheat on my wife. There's two problems that I have. One, if I get found out, and then by her, and then two, if I get found out by the fucking police. You see what I'm saying? So there's like two strikes. In those legal countries, there is no threat of the police. There is none, because it's legal. So I ain't never, so like, even when I was back in the day trying to catch them girls on the street, you always remember, damn, is she an undercover cop? So in the US, you have a lot of things you got to worry about. And they have stings in New York. What was it? They had the thing on HBO. What was the? You from New York, Mr. Rush?
I'm from Boston. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, but I reside in New Jersey.
Okay, but they had this show used to be on HBO, and I forgot what it was, like, the hookers and whatnot. And they would have,
I think I remember that.
Yeah, and they have, they still do that now, where they do stings, undercover stings. So in Vegas is big because they be getting the guys. And they be trying to catch the girls, the working girls, And so that's the fear in the U.S. It's like, even if I'm a single guy and I'm trying to go out here and buy some trim, I got to worry about getting caught and going to jail.
Yeah.
Well, they do that because they want you to get into a marriage and get divorced so that you can be the cash cow. Divorce is big money.
Right,
Child support is big money.
Right.
I mean,
what I'm saying is you have like a double, but when you go to those countries where they've legalized prostitution, there's no risk of the police. There's no risk of an undercover cop. The only thing you got to worry about is maybe your wife still finding out. But the way they have it set up, it puts you in the mindset of, like I said, look at how the marijuana industry changed in the U.S. You used to be like, catch a dude on the corner, you hide and pass it. Now you go to a store that got nice loungers and all kinds of shit. It's like, whoa. I mean,
the reason why the government legalized marijuana is because they want a piece of that pie. Right. You know, back then, they knew guys was making mad. They was making a lot of money off selling marijuana, and there's a market for that. And they realized that, you know what, we might as well legalize marijuana and tax the hell out of these people and make money. And now they're benefiting off of it.
But Rush, that's exactly what I'm saying. The only thing that rivals drug sales is ass. So the government, if they legalize prostitution, do you know what? Because they tax it. They tax it in Nevada. They tax it in those 2 little counties in Nevada that legalize prostitution. They got to pay tax for selling ass. So now imagine you extrapolate that out all over the country. Oh, the government. So that's what I think eventually. Same thing with gambling. Look at how gambling, it used to be. You too young to remember. Remember, Clarence? I remember coming up, it was only 2 states where you could really go gamble. You either had to go to Vegas or you had to go to Atlantic City.
Yeah, New Jersey.
There was nothing else in between.
Yeah.
Now they got down casinos in almost every state, Mississippi, everywhere. Yeah. But it used to be, if you didn't go to Atlantic City on the East Coast or Vegas on the West Coast, you couldn't gamble nowhere else in this country. And it exploded. And that's because the government get into taxation, the lotteries, all of these, what they call sin. It's called sin tax. So they tax the hell out of cigarettes, alcohol, marijuana, and eventually they're gonna put a tax on some ass.
Yeah.
And they're gonna do it.
I'll tell you this: if they ever did legalize prostitution, these normal chicks, they got something to worry about, man.
Well, I'm saying, they're gonna have something to worry. You right, because then a dude I ain't gotta be pressing you. I go around here, around the corner, just drop whatever the cost is, get my fix, and I'm good. So that I think it will kind of help relationships a little bit. Because again, it puts another layer of competition where the chick got to be like, well, I ain't no hoe. Well, you ain't got to be, but that's all I need today. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a wife today. I just need, and I'll go pay that tax and I'm good. And I ain't got to hear all that, You know what I'm saying? It will because it's transactional. And dudes is doing it anyway. They're doing it anyway. It's a lot of hell out there being sold. It is. It's a huge. Look at the porn. The perfect correlation to it is, why is porn so damn big? These dudes is married. They tearing porn up.
Yeah, but the number one consumer for porn is actually women.
Shit,
women
it's a lot. Put it like this: they got more men categories than women.
And
you look at the damn categories.
And the women get paid way more than the guys. The women get paid way more than the guys.
No. I mean, we're not talking about we're not talking about what the entertainers get paid. I'm talking about the consumers of watching it. Because you go on the men's site, you got 9,000 different types. You go to the women, you might got a tenth of that. So I don't know who's the bigger consumer of watching porn. And that's why the women entertainers get paid a lot more. So unless the women are watching women too all the time, because a woman porn star make 10 to 1 to a male porn.
Exactly.
Yeah, Yeah.
So
I totally agree with that.
they
Yeah,
do,
that's
yeah.
factual.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. So the dude might make $100 a scene, the girl make $1,000. So that got to tell you who's the consumer. You would figure the females, the consumers, are men, and that's why I said this. I just think prostitution is the last thing to go. Same as alcohol was, drugs, because of the religion in America. But more and more every day,
Yeah, because
more
alcohol
people,
used to be illegal.
huh?
You know what I'm saying? No, I said alcohol used to be illegal in the United
Right.
States. That dude Capone
Yeah,
came
during
through was selling
prohibition.
it.
But
But
what it
you know,
was, but do
for
you know
some
what?
reason
But,
they
you know,
legalized alcohol.
but you know why it was? It was because of religion, because alcohol was legal. Then they did the what is the 19th Amendment and made it illegal. And then they repealed prohibition and made it legal again. Because even when they made it illegal, all they did was took it underground.
Right.
That's how Capone got big. That's how the
Yeah,
Italian got big. Because people
yeah.
weren't gonna stop drinking.
How the
And the
Kennedys got
thing that
big.
pushed it was the religious folks. So when they made them lose enough power, the government like, fuck this shit. They just got to be mad. Put tax on it.
Yeah.
And then they taxed it. So I think that's the same thing because America's becoming less and less religious every year. There's, it's going from a majority religious where more and more people every day, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. They're saying they don't believe in organized religion for whatever reason. And I think when we hit a certain tipping point, they're gonna be like, well, we ain't got to worry about them throwing us out of office. Put a tax on that
Yeah. All right, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question, man. Beezy, I want you to start off with this one, but I'm gonna ask all of y'all a question, man. All right, so I agree with Rico that most likely, eventually, they're just gonna have to find a way to tax it, right? I think they're doing it. I think they're slowly trying to walk people into it now because they've turned what used to be a charge called pimping and pandering, and that was like a little misdemeanor charge. Now, pimping and pandering is now human sex trafficking, and now it's a bigger charge. And my belief is that they're trying to remove the pimp out of the situation so they can just start taxing it. They don't want to have this business flowing through the pimp. They want to just start having it flowing through them. Just like they didn't want the cigarettes and the alcohol running through the mafia. They just wanted it running through the government, or at least the local governments. They would say, "Oh, we'll let the local governments handle that," right? So, what do y'all think about that? Why do y'all think they changed the pimping laws? Because pimps are doing the same thing they always been doing, is scooping up people that didn't have no direction and putting them to work. Why do y'all think that they changed the pimping laws from the misdemeanor to the felony? And does it have anything to do with trying to change the laws to make prostitution legal in more areas? Brother, be easy.
Bro, Clarence.
Yes, sir.
What's happening with you, man?
What's going on with you, brother?
Bro, so full disclosure, when I'm speaking about this ism, bro, you know what I'm saying? I won't divulge too much information, but I'm speaking from a place, you know what I'm saying, where I actually lived this life and been active, and I'm not glorifying anything. I'm speaking from my experiences,
yes,
you know what I'm saying, as a man, as a hustler.
Yes,
you
sir.
must be reading my mind because I was itching to come up here. Rico, Rush, y'all dropping a fire. I was just waiting to get home. I'm like, this is my forte. This is my expertise, amongst other things. But
right,
bro, Clarence, you knocked it out the park. Grand slam. All of this stuff is dancing around. Just ask anybody, close your eyes, and then tell a story about a pimp. Don't tell them the racial makeup, and then ask them what ethnic group would you assume he was from? You know what the overwhelming number is going to be, right?
Right.
So,
right.
so when they're implementing these policies, it is to take out a specific man, right? So there's not many, the group, the pimping and pandering game is dominated by black men, but see what they've lumped it into first of all, the government is pimping you anyways. You begin pimp all your life. So like people act like they don't understand the dynamics of pimping, but that's a whole separate rabbit hole. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is people act like they have an issue. This is horrible. And they make, as soon as you say pimp, there's automatically a negative connotation. But what they don't think about, these 304s, they're seeking a pimp. They don't want to be out there doing this stuff by themselves. And they lump that in with human trafficking, where people are physically kidnapping these girls and not giving them a choice. See, the way I operate, it's not a contact sport for me. But for some other people, maybe so. You pimp from the lip, not from the hip. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So these chicks is choosing up. Like, that's the whole point of choosing. They pay a fee to choose up. Like, this is how I'm committed to choosing up to you. Nobody is putting, like some realism. Like, your game is your weapon. Your tongue is your weapon.
Right.
So, and there's different types, what I'm saying? There's different types, they got Romeo, Gorilla, and all this stuff. Different people play the game in different fashion. But what I'm saying is they overblow the human trafficking. Those are in super poor countries and just twisted, totally deranged individuals. Most of these pimps is not deranged individual. Are they troubled souls? Yeah, but so is these rich white kids in they're shooting up schools. They're troubled too. Like, how are they any less troubled than that? And the key is that these women are choosing, bro. It's what people don't realize. These chicks is, bro, headaches come from being molested, broken homes.
Yeah.
Just some square dude is not going to be able to handle them. They don't even want no square dude. So it goes back to the choosing, and then they're just trying to eliminate it. But like Rico said earlier, there's still going to be a market for it, right? They could regulate it all they want, but ultimately what it is, it's going to make stiffer competition for the chicks that purport themselves to be wifey material. You really gonna have to work, because I could just go, I don't got, and then a dude could weigh 300 pounds. He don't really got, he should work on himself, but he don't have to, right? He could get laid every day because of the availability. So for chicks to seek a husband and to secure a high value man, you got to do more. However, these chicks is gonna feel even more liberated, more independent. I don't need no pimp. I don't need this. But when it comes down to it, that's the type of chick that's willing to prostitute herself and sell her body. She only wants a specific type of man. You being a square is not gonna be. They try it and it never works out.
Right.
It just never works out, bro. So and when it does, it only works out if she is able to dominate him and kind of pimp him in a sense, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's the back to the Pookie and Ray Ray type argument. They complain about the men that they're attracted to and that they want to deal with. Like when a chick is speaking bad on a pimp, that means she has extensive dealings with them. And you hear the stories, oh yeah, I stayed down, like I did this. Now they have more opportunities to leave. They could call the law, you could do all this other type of stuff. So ultimately all of this stuff is to just eliminate it, and then they profit off it. But it's still gonna be an underground market, because you can't replace the ism.
I think the government is trying to slip into the pimp role slowly.
But see,
they've been in the pimp role. They just trying to now they're trying to eliminate the competition. See, before they seen us as the ultimate competition. Now they saying we are the true Mac. I am Goldie. I am Max Julian. Who do you think you is? And that's all they trying to do. They trying to pimp slap the brothers.
Well, see, here's part of it too, though, and Be Easy was dead on. Where they took it out of just the pimping to the trafficking is because remember that when it was the pimping, it was just interstate, Georgia to Alabama, whatever.
Yeah.
The trafficking, it became international. So you started bringing people and the age, so they started getting younger. But what Be Easy says, and it's true, and I know it from traveling to other countries. And it is true, it's a form of, okay, they're being exploited for sex, this, that, and whatever. But I'm like, a lot of them were being exploited in their home country the same way. So, I offer it as no excuse. I don't think that it should be. I think the legalization would then empower them so that if they're in the sex work, it should be their choice. See, if we remove the stigma, and there are congresswomen that are fighting for that, that's saying we want to make and treat sex work like work. Period. It should be the same. The government, you can tax them, you can do whatever, but take the stigma out of it, because I don't know why there's a stigma to it. It's like, okay, they're fucking and getting paid, as opposed to the ones that are knocking them, you're fucking for free, or you're getting paid in a different way. But you want to call them a prostitute, but well, if you're a white,
and they fucking at the same rates. We can't gloss over that, right? One chick is fucking 100 dudes and she's not getting paid. Another chick is fucking 100 dudes and she's getting paid.
Yeah. So I mean, so it's the same thing. So again, like I said, if the government came in, it would remove legalizing sex work would remove the threat of violence, because that's the most worst part about it, with it being underground, is the women that suffer the hands of violence, because and that's a lot of times those are ones that are trafficked here from, through Mexico, but coming from countries all over the world, and then
hey Rico, could I speak on that real quick?
Yes,
just because like you right on that too, because like I said, I've dealt with people that I'm managing telling me that people was have raped them. You know what I'm saying? Some of their family members, prior to them even being turned out to the game, they've already dealt with that type of abuse within their family. I've had one instance where John was trying to say, hey, could you meet me on the side of the freeway, like it, and then like Google it, and it's just like a freeway where, bro, in the boondocks, you know what I'm saying? You drive out there, no cell reception, no nothing. So there is some dangerous, bro. There's a lot of dangerous risks out there. So that's where, someone that's, truly providing, protecting, provision, etc. That's where they will come into that instance, because, once you're in that room, it's kind of nothing you can do. It's one chick actually had to grab a screwdriver and stab a trick just to get out of there, because yeah, no, seriously, because they start wanting extra, right? You get there and then it's just all types of extra proclivities that they want to explore. Hey, you want to do Greek? Hey, do you want to do this, etc.? And if you say no, and then they're looking in a position like, I'm not used to having chicks of this caliber in my room, so I could really just overpower her, right?
And that's the thing too. So then all of a sudden you start seeing incidents, if you believe it, like typically like a lot of serial killers, or a lot of, so a lot of times when you hear the vast majority of women turn up missing, a large number of them, not gonna say the vast majority, a very large number of them were ladies that was in the sex work, because people knew too, the police didn't take their absence serious, especially if they got a hint of what they were doing. People felt like they deserved it.
Stop right there, Rico. That's going to be my next question. We're going to talk about the value of these women that's out here doing this work. We're going to talk about that. But I want Rush and Brother D, to answer my question. Do they think the government is trying to push the pimp, in particular the black pimps, out of the way, and trying to step in themselves and the government to tax everything? Rush and then D. Brother Rush, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility that the government want to push out the black man, which is the middleman between the government and the women, in order to tax them. But the reason why I don't think that will happen is, like I said, man, like if dudes just have access to punani that easy, they're not gonna sweat the normal chick no more, which will decrease her sexual market value. Like, she's not even gonna be valuable anymore. You know what I mean? And just like what Be Easy said, yo, it's true. They're gonna have to put in that work just to catch a high value male. But I don't even think it's gonna just be for high value. I think the average male would be, you know what I mean, will be seeked on too, because it'll be a serious drought with the dudes if this prostitution becomes legal for real. You know what I mean?
Actually, value actually goes up. Men actually win a little bit in that situation.
It does.
How so? How so?
Because the women, because it will be
Rush
harder
just
for
said it.
for Jane Doe, gotta work her ass off to get the attention of a guy, because there will be a lot of guys who just we will be far more picky, because it's like, okay, look, the number one driver for a man to get into a relationship, the number one thing that a woman has is her sexual attractiveness. However,
which she leverages. She leverages heavily.
You can't hypnotize me with sex if sex is available for purchase. I don't have to be hypnotized by, because I can go down the street and for the night get my 10. I can get my OnlyFans girl tonight. So I don't care what you look like.
Your dream, you could get your dream girl.
And think about it, right? Think about it. The average guy that makes a little bit of money, he will put that within his budget to smash a dime piece.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be sexually starved out, because he's smashing a dime piece every other week. So that average chick, she's gonna have to suck dick and balls to get the dude's attention. because that competition is gonna be serious, man.
If you look at those countries where prostitution is legalized, Germany, Amsterdam, and to the sort, that is just the norm. These guys, so then the woman really has to have some sort of head game to draw you in, and not just the sex game. She can't just say, well, I'm going to give you the sex. She really got to get your attention in a way greater than just that. She's got to really connect with you. Whereas, like right now in the U.S., if the woman got a good sex game, she leading the guy around by the nose.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because we don't have no other option other than go out there in the street and beg another chick, and you're doing the same old shit. If you're in a society where it's like, okay, I can legally go and pay, and there's someone willing to do it for the pay, all that sexual frustration and tension, I can leave in a controlled, safe environment for me and the worker. They get paid, I get a certain release, and I don't have to go back and be dominated by someone with their sexual wiles. So that means when my girlfriend really do want my attention, she's gonna have to work her ass off for it, because it ain't gonna be just for sex.
And the thing is, it never gets old. It's a buffet of the babes, bro. You say, you know what? I never had a snow bunny before. But you got one on speed dial. You know what? I like the plus size. Let me try that, bro. They got Asians, bro. It's like you just pick one. You know what I mean? And then you can go back and say, hey, look, I'm the high value person. Even if you're not high value, I'm a reputable man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a respectable man. That should be good enough. If not, hey, I'm hitting Biggie Smalls one day. You know what I'm saying? I'm hitting a little Asian one, a Persian one. They got all different flavors. And once it gets more encouraged and promoted, which sexual liberation is already overly promoted, once they start even inching even more towards prostitution, all of these chicks, all the my body, my choice chicks, they already is on OnlyFans. They already is showing this stuff on. If you just follow a few Instagram accounts, you'll see a lot of thirst traps where boobs is just on the edge of hanging out. If they know that they could just legally go a step further, what's going to stop them from doing it? They're already doing it anyway.
And let's be clear. Don't be under the impression that chicks ain't selling ass off of OnlyFans anyway.
Oh, yeah.
They just connecting with you there, and then they'll complete the transaction offline. They're not going to do it online, but they'll be like, yeah, when a chick say, I'm trying to get flew out, she expecting you can call it what you want. They'll use the term, oh, you only paying for my time. That's what they do.
That's for the legal
around the legality.
Exactly.
Listen, your average IG model is your modern day prostitute.
Yes.
They all selling that box, man.
That's your modern day legal prostitute that's not in the back alley somewhere. That's what
they
do on OnlyFans. They do it, and they're selling a lot of them. You see selling ass.
Well, this the thing. What people try to do is because they got all of the metaverse and everything, so essentially it's the real world and the virtual world. So a lot of people feel that once they're in a virtual world, I can be whoever I want to be. So when they out there virtual hoeing, like some of them is actually doing it in life and
Wait a minute.
online.
Wait. Brother, be easy. Did I hear you say the word virtual hoeing?
Exactly.
I
So
ain't
let
never
me
heard
click.
that one before,
Oh,
man.
hey, add it to the
I ain't
lexicon.
never
You
heard
heard it
that
here
one
first.
before.
I told you,
I
bro.
ain't never heard that one before. I
Hey,
gotta give it up to you for that one, brother. I ain't never heard that one before.
So can
hey,
I
Virtual
be a virtual pimp?
you
virtual
absolutely
pimping, I heard.
can.
Virtual hoeing, never heard that. Never heard that one before.
You
I
you
gotta give him
you
credit.
actually can, because see, that's the thing about virtual reality. You actually can transform and become anyone. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that you are truly the ism, but you can get the title of virtual pimp, just like a virtual hoe. And essentially what she's doing is acting like I'm not really a hoe, but what is she doing? FaceTime and saying cash at me. You're selling yourself. Solicitation. You're soliciting. Hit me up. Don't slide in my DM unless you got some cash for me. Watch their stories. They showing cash. What are you doing? Selling yourself. How is that anyone else? And then if you ask them, Rico, appreciate this, what are they gonna say? I'm not selling myself. I'm just selling my time. One of those little ways to skirt around. That's what they say. My time costs. Okay, that's what a prostitution. Also, you know what I'm saying. Instead of this is the thing too. It's a fine line between prostitution and escorting. Escorting is actually legal, right? It's
What's the
just like the
difference?
massage.
What's the
There you
difference?
go.
We
It's just a way. It's the way to blur the line.
yeah.
So typically, an escort, she would work for an agency, but depending on the state, you could get an escort license and be kind of like a private contract
Mhm.
escort. But typically, what they do. Oh, and damn, I just forgot about this. When you think of an escort agency, do you envision a bunch of black dudes owning them?
No.
No. But like you just said, brother Clarence, what's the difference? One was able to uh, go through all the legal process and
Mhm.
sign some documents and say, look, we're pimping, but we're doing it legally. And they get taxed and they do all the red tape. But the brother in the streets doing the same thing,
And,
but he like, nah, I ain't paying no taxes and F the red tape. What's the difference? The most of the agencies, they charge up to 40 to 50%.
yeah, and I'm
Oh,
gonna
So
tell you
whatever she make, they take in half.
what the exact difference is, Clarence, is in the actual word escort. So when they sell their services as an escort, they clearly sell it as time. I can be an escort. I can be your
Time
dinner
and
date.
companionship.
I'm your dinner date. I'm an escort with you to a show or a function or an affair. And if you just want me to escort you to the bedroom, I can do that too.
wow.
But
Yeah,
literally,
whatever we do as
term,
consensual adults during our time together,
yes,
that's legal. It's
you
okay for you to
right.
sell time. You just can't sell
You paid
sex.
me $1,500 for my time. I fucked you for free. Seriously, and that's the way
Yeah,
the
you're right
program
though,
works.
man. You're
I
right.
fucked you for free because you
You're
so much
right.
turned me on. But for some reason, I'm only turned on when you hire me.
All right, brothers. Hey,
And
hey,
yeah,
brothers. All right, we got a serious question here, man. We got to answer a serious question. Okay. Brother Chris says, the real estate professional says that sex trafficking victims aren't sex workers, and you would still need to worry about it if prostitution was legal. Okay. What's
Yeah.
the difference between a sex worker and a sex traffic victim that has been pushed into sex work? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a big
What's the
difference.
difference?
It's willingness. A sex worker.
One fell into gorilla pimping, and the
Well,
other
look, the
fell in, you
reality
know what I mean?
is a sex worker willingly goes into that work, and a sex trafficking victim is someone who's forced into sex work against their will. Plain and
and
simple.
that and just right there, you could just play that clip. I don't know why is that sudden. We got so many PhDs, right? We got so much Ivy League. How is this? What was so hard about that to grasp? That literally,
Well,
like they
I think
summed
Some
it
I
up
want to
in
do
like
it
10
and one
seconds.
Well,
don't.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate because let me say what most people think when they think of sex traffic victims. They thinking of a 13-year-old girl being pimped out of a motel room. That's
Sure.
what they thinking.
That's what it is. She don't want to
Okay.
fuck for money. She don't want to fuck at all.
But she might be willing to do it, Rick.
But then, right. But
then that discussion never gets had. Then, man, look, my family is from Alabama, bro. I had a cousin that got pregnant at 11, bro.
Holy
I don't know how that happened, bro, but I had a cousin that got pregnant at 11. So what I'm trying to say is, some states, you don't have to like it, bro. Get mad at the law. Some states, the age of consent is 16. So you can be 45 and date a 16-year-old. You can say that's gross. Well, get mad at the person that made the law. So what I'm trying to say is, even at that age, but people will say, oh no, she's 13. She might have not wanted to do it. I agree with you. Like it, but manipulation happens from anyone, right? Old people to old people, young to old to young. So it's like, it doesn't make it right or wrong. We're talking about what is, not what should be, could be, what is. And I'm saying, when they throw that narrative out, which I agree with the pushback you gave, bro, Clarence, but I'm saying nobody wants to have that complete discussion because it's such a sensationalized topic. Yeah. They don't say how a lot of these girls, like I said, some of the chicks I was dealing with, she said that she had already been sexually assaulted before the age of 13, and it was multiple times by multiple family members. The uncle get a chance, the cousin get a chance, the brother.
This like I said, and I speak a lot on the DR because that's where I do have a home at. But they're doing a huge report because the DR is like Thailand as well. It's closer. It's a sex tourism country. It's a country where people go to get sex. Hold
on, you got a spot in DR?
Hell yeah, I got a place there.
Man, hey man, we got to link up, man.
Yeah,
hey, man.
But it's a
Rico knows how to do it big, man. Talk to Rico, man. You better bring your notebook when you go talk to Rico. Bring your notebook.
Get that up, Rico.
People
bring your notebook when you go talk to Rico.
All
man,
over
Rico
the Western world. What the fuck you think all them people going to Thailand for? It ain't that damn pretty over there. They're going over there for a sec, and it's even worse there because
Thailand is a prostitution hub, man.
Yes, and the thing is, here's the thing: it has a high number of lady boys, and it has a high number of child prostitution. So a lot of these, and it's happened at an early age in their home country, even before they get trafficked and exploited here. Because even in the DR, that's a problem where family members be pushing their daughters into prostitution.
I know they did that in Thailand.
So fucking
there you go.
poor.
That's the part that never gets talked about.
Is a big money. You're in a country where the average wage is $200 per month.
Holy.
She can sell ass and make $200 in one night.
Yeah. Virtually hoeing. I know some chicks in Thailand.
$200 a month. In Thailand,
that Thai baht,
you look up the average monthly income in Thailand is something like that. It is. It's very, very low. You're going to legally work and starve. And when it's a choice between fucking being hungry and not, your morals go out the way when your belly growling.
Right. So what? You got a house in DR or a condo?
I got a house. And it ain't in the hood. It's in a gated community. Fuck that shit. So I'm not in the fucking barrio. No, sir. Hey, I'm showing y'all some pictures next time.
Hey, man, let me tell y'all something, man. Y'all looking at Rico, y'all saying it's a 57-year-old dude, man. This dude, man, you better bring a notebook when you go talk to Rico, man, because Rico can tell you some stuff, man.
But I won't tell you no lies. That's the most important thing. I
That's
will not
right.
tell you no lies.
That's right.
And like what Be Easy saying, it's like, and I agree with you, Chris. All that stuff, it is a terrible thing. But as Be Easy said, there's what's right, there's what's wrong, and there's what's real. What's the reality?
Well, let me ask y'all a question. Since we're talking about the government trying to step in there and the government to try to be the pimp, do you think if the government come in and start regulating sex work, it would cut down on sex trafficking victims?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
It would cut down, but it wouldn't. There you go. It cut down, but not abolishment.
But it would cut it down.
How so?
Because it's regulated. So the biggest thing that drives sex work, it ain't them selling pussy. It's people that's here's the one person they never want to talk about. Be easy. The motherfuckers that's buying it.
Right.
So if they selling all this pussy,
Hey, bro, Clarence, you supposed to. Hey, bro, Clarence, you gotta drop a sound effect. Give us some. You gotta drop a sound effect on that
they
one.
not selling it to each
Okay,
other.
there you go.
They ain't selling. You better believe there's a long, hungry line of dudes that's buying that ass rent. So you ask Chris Red, are they giving up a column? They giving it up now.
SAD, supply and demand.
So the legalized will cut into the demand portion. So even the ones that's underground, they would have fewer clients. You know what I'm saying? But like right now, if you can get a little raggedy old thing out there, the line won't stop from people just coming in. Dudes don't want to be seen with, but they're gonna sneak around there and get their little fix.
Right.
And, every week they're gonna do it.
Hey man, we got a street out here in LA. We got a street out here in Los Angeles called Figueroa.
I see it on YouTube.
Okay, so everybody
knows
it
very well.
Everybody knows what Figueroa. Be easy. Don't get yourself in no trouble here. I'm trying to portray you as a man with very little knowledge, brother. Okay.
I appreciate it. I love you, bro.
That's what they tell me.
Hey, be easy. Just sprinkle us when needed, brother. No, I'm just kidding, man. Go ahead.
You was absolutely right.
You guys are familiar with Figueroa, right? So Figueroa, they call it Figueroa, right? So it's a street that goes from South Central LA, goes straight into downtown Los Angeles, right? So on this street, man, all the way through South Central, there are ladies of the evening working on this street on Figueroa. Now, I used to take this street when I used to have to go and report in downtown. I used to have to take this street all the way in. Man, I used to take that street.
30 minutes out your way.
Huh?
30 minutes out your way.
Well, no. No, it actually was the quickest way for me, man. It actually was the quickest way, right? But it would have been quicker without all of the prostitutes, because what happens is the prostitutes are on the street, so the dudes are always pulling over trying to talk to the prostitute, stopping the traffic. And that was the problem. That was the problem. So I kept having to get up earlier and earlier and leave earlier and earlier and earlier to try to avoid those guys, man. Because them guys be on their way to work to get with the prostitutes, right? But my point is, what would legalized prostitution look like, and how would it affect the people on the street? How would it affect the people on the street if we had a legalized place where you had to get registered and everything like that? And let's say, the pimp is he's out of the way. Okay, so now they have. What would that look like? What would that look like?
I think it to me, you got, well, I don't say so much Nevada because they have like a ranch style thing. I think there would be like brothel
and it's only
houses.
a specific section in
What would that look like
in
a city like Los Angeles, Miami, New York?
Like,
what would that look
girl
like?
might go, and the girl might even pay rent for a room. And that's
it would be like it would just be like a big escort agency.
Like a salon or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
She got her room. Her clients come in and out. They would hopefully be tested. There would be taxation. It would reduce. It would take them off the street, indoors.
Right.
It would be a lot.
Honestly,
Go ahead.
What would happen? Like, every other street corner would have a brothel. Like, it'll be like, you see how every other, like, in certain places.
I don't know if every other, but it'd be a lot.
Like every other corner, there'll be a bodega in the church. That's gonna be equivalent to
every other corner we got a fucking liquor store. So what's the difference?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what would happen if they were to make this thing legal, man. You know what I mean? Our brothel would probably be big business, man.
Yeah.
Not
Exactly.
probably, certainly. And
Yeah.
who would be the dominant players in that? Think about it. Like
White boys.
there you go. Even back
Because
to the weed
they gonna,
thing, I could take it all the way back to the rabbit hole. But they locked a bunch of brothers
yep,
up or
yep.
niggas up for weed. But then who runs it now? A bunch of
Thank
old
you.
white dudes
I said
selling
that's
metric
it's,
tons of it.
it's gonna
Right.
be
Metric
just like
tons.
it's
Right.
gonna be just like the weed. And then the thing is, girls of all stripes gonna go to work for their ass because they're gonna be offering them fucking benefits and all other kinds of shit. Girl, you get paid, you get time and a half on Sunday or some shit. Either
And
you
you know,
can be an
and just to
independent
piggyback
contractor or they may put
off
you on
what
payroll. They may even
off
do
what
is say, look, I'll put you on payroll and I'm charging up front. You just provide the service and you get a W-2, or you can be an independent contractor. If I put you on payroll, I might get you higher fees because I'm gonna market you higher. Because at the Bunny Ranch, them dudes is saying they dropping $2,500 to fuck with a basic white girl.
Yeah.
Look, that's where what's the basketball player they found half dead?
Lamar
And,
Odom.
yeah,
Lamar Odom.
and he stayed out there strung out.
He was took a bunch of coke and
They
Viagra.
got a
Like he
lot of
popped
money out of his
overpopped
ass.
coke and Viagra.
They got a lot of money out of his ass. He stayed with this Bunny Ranch. So, and
He actually went to rehab. He went to rehab. He said he was a sex addict.
yeah, but
He
he
said
out
it
there
was like a
paying.
serious thing.
He probably paying
Okay.
$3,000,
Just a,
$5,000 a pop.
just a sidebar, y'all. When somebody say they're a sex addict, see, the people, clinicians know this. When they say they're a sex addict, like him and Eric Benet, I'm a sex addict. There's other issues going on, and they've turned to sex as a crutch to avoid dealing with the real issue. So that is what's really going on behind the
But
scenes.
isn't that what
All right.
all addicts do?
Yeah, that's what all addicts do. But somehow the way sex addicts get caught up, like it's about sex, but it's not really about the sex. Like alcoholics, same thing.
So
I
you
think
so
they
you
get
think
caught up. Like
it's a misdiagnosis, is what you're saying.
no, what I think I think it's the right diagnosis. It's the people's understanding of it. Like if you say this person is a sex addict, instead of saying, okay, there's an issue behind the scenes that's forcing him to run to the sex and use sex to try to forget the trauma that he's going through. Instead of that, most people would say, oh, he's just nasty, he's just dirty, he's just a dirty dog. You know what I mean? He's just been watching so much porn that he's just a sex addict because of the porn. No, the porn did not create the sex addict. The porn just reinforced this crutch system that he was using to try to mitigate the pain of the trauma, whatever was going on behind the scenes, that he learned how to crutch walk with the porn and then move on to the prostitutes, move on to the escorts, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I say the people don't understand it. Because if they did, once people start, then once they turned drug addiction to alcohol, when it was just black people addicted to drugs, you was just a crackhead. When white people
Pull
got
yourself
started
up by
getting
your bootstraps. Yeah, white
yeah,
people was
yeah, yeah,
addicted
yeah,
to the
just stop doing
opioids.
drugs, right? But when
Hmm.
when it became an issue with white people, then it became an addiction. Now it's a sickness. Now your job, you can't just get fired because you on drugs.
And
Now
they gave black people jail, 3 strikes, mass incarceration, because they said you were a criminal. But now with the whites, they're giving them treatment options and saying that it's a
exactly,
crisis. With crack,
exactly.
they called it an epidemic. Now with the opioids, they're calling it a crisis. And hold
You
on,
see what I'm saying?
who's pushing the opioid crisis? Big pharma, not a bunch of
Exactly.
black dudes.
You see what I'm saying, brother Be Easy. So that's all I'm saying. That we got to just watch when they calling people stuff. We got to watch what they really saying and what's really going on behind the scenes. All right, y'all. So Chris had another question, man. I want to get to. Uh, okay, this is a good question here. If the government legalizes prostitution nationwide, we talking about the federal government legalizes, or they do like marijuana, where they say we're just going to turn a blind eye, whatever, right? Um, will the price of vagina go up or down?
Bro,
What do y'all say?
this is a non-issue. All of y'all could chime in. This is a non-issue, bro. They have t-shirts of Louis Vuitton that's just regular cotton like any other, made from Mexico or China, and then people pay $400 for it. But then they also have gilding and jerseys and Fruit of the Loom. That's a pretty good shirt, and it's more affordable for you. Costs about $20, $50. Everybody gets into the t-shirt game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But only a certain select is able to buy the Louis Vuitton or the Prada t-shirt. So yeah, the price will go up for some, but it's gonna be so abundant that you can get it on a bargain, right?
Price
And then
stabilized.
it's just gonna be like gas, right? Not everybody could charge the same. Not every gas station could charge the same amount of Chevron or Shell, right?
Right?
If you look like, man, this ain't Chevron, this ain't Shell, you expect it to be cheaper, right? You could look and see, like, man, you ain't this, you ain't no dime, so you expect it to be cheaper, right? And
Right.
you are the market, supply and demand.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is the market's going to it's going to get flooded with ass the same as the weed market got flooded with weed. So the price will start to regulate. There'll be a norm, and then you still will have premium. So you're gonna have regular ass, and you're gonna have premium ass. You're gonna pay more for premium than you would for regular. Then some will be able to dictate based on skills. See, that's gonna come into play a little bit too because it's a fine art. I mean,
Skills,
every woman
resume,
got
and
a
clout.
pussy. Yeah, every woman got a pussy, some tits, ass, whatever the case may be. But then you're gonna have to
I
have
don't
some
know, man.
skills.
Not every pro got skills like that,
No,
man.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Um,
But that's what I'm simply
Black
saying.
China is a perfect example of it. I
There will
mean,
be right. There'll be a
but
premium on
but she has
skill.
the clout. She
Yeah.
has the clout. Sometimes people want a conquest. You can pick your favorite celebrity that you always dreamed of banging, right? And
I
then you
want
can
Kim
get her and say,
Kardashian.
man, this was
Yep.
mediocre. There
Yep.
you go. It may be mediocre when you get inside it, but that's still on your bucket list. You still gonna go around and
Yeah.
say, hey, I was inside that. So
Yep.
at that point, whether it's good or not doesn't essentially matter, right? If somebody is
no,
just
you're
trying to
right.
check a box, right? If
Yeah,
somebody
you're
is saying,
right.
I
You're
never
right.
been with an
Because
Asian chick, you know what I
yeah, most dudes they fuck bad bitches for bragging rights.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And the chick ain't no good. Ain't no good. Be hella basic. Be like, look, man, I put in
Okay,
all that work for this.
okay, fellas, check this out. The government legalizes prostitution. You can, like Rico said, you can go wherever you want to go now, and you can get whatever. And like B said, you can pick which one you want: brown, green, black, red, yellow, white, whatever, fat, skinny, whatever you want. You can pick it. If you got the money, you can pick it, right? With the legalized prostitution, what effect is that going to have on, like Rush was talking about earlier, regular relationships? What effect is that going to have on regular relationships now that I can get my heart, I can get my heart's desire, whatever I want, any day of the week I want, just like you can go and rent a Lambo for the weekend, right? You got the money, right?
I tell you this, simping would probably be um uh it would not be around no more. Like niggas want to
I
simp
I
as hard
I,
as no
I,
more.
I
You
can
know what I
see
mean?
that, Rush. I can see that because it just won't be cost effective. It won't
Yeah,
be cost effective
it
anymore.
won't be
Listen,
practical.
you know what?
But on
There's
the
a
flip side, it's more damaging for relationships. Like that, there's little benefits to where, because let's be honest, bro, dudes is not dudes don't practice dick discipline as it is now, right?
nope,
Why, if they have more abundant options, and I'm just
practice
saying
less.
abundant options in terms of availability, but they may not be abundant for your psyche though, right? But because think about it, it's gonna cost you time and money, and let's say you knocking the baddest chicks in your life 5 days out the week, but they not doing it for free, and you
Yep.
going around bragging about something. You become the new simp, right?
Yep.
So simp actually doesn't. I agree with you, Rush, but But I also added, I think it was incomplete because simping won't be around in its true form. It's just going to evolve. It's going to
Yep.
be the new age Renaissance simp, and you're going to be going around. And I'm coming up with all of this stuff freestyle, right? You're gonna be the new Renaissance simp because what you're gonna be doing is tricking. Yeah, I could get a
Yeah.
bad one. I could get a snow bunny on Tuesday. I got an agent on this, and you
But,
essentially bragging about
but think about it.
overvaluing
But think about it, right?
vagina.
Think about it. Like that. Okay, if that were to happen, that simping is not going to be considered simping anymore. It's going to be considered a normal thing because now everybody has access to purchase the baddest bitch. So now when this becomes a part of the culture and normalized, it's just going to be another thing where hey, I'm able to smash this dime piece because I got a little bit of bread. Know what I mean,
No, I agree with you on there. The thing is, it's still gonna be simping. It's just like a new evolution, and it's a reframing of it. Just like when people evolve from racism,
sipping
and
on steroids.
they like it's not
I guess
racism,
sipping on
right?
steroids. Know what
There
I
you
mean?
go. But like you said, since it's going to be widely accepted, it's not going to be considered as simping, but
Right,
the real one's going to know exactly what it is. Just like bro Clarence, you know the subtle racism, right? But you can't
right,
call it that, right? Because this is not racism. Why are you playing the race
right,
card? But you know what it is. When
right,
they can reframe it and call it critical race theory, but you know what I'm saying? You know what you're looking at.
right.
So that's all I'm saying. I agree with you, Rush, but it's still gonna be simping to me, bro. If you over here tricking more on vagina than you are your purpose, most people don't have a purpose. Most not enough men have a purpose, and then you saying like, "Oh, my purpose is chasing skirts." Most dudes was chasing skirts already and getting denied. Now they know they can just come up with a couple hundred, and it's 100% success rate. Is that
Yeah,
really gonna be helping dudes stay on their purpose who didn't even know
Nah,
they had a purpose to
absolutely
begin with?
not.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's why
okay.
too much of a good thing is not a good thing.
Let me put my little 2 cents in there, brother. Be easy. I think that eventually, if once everybody's tricking, then it won't, like you said, it won't be looked at as simping anymore. It'll just be regular life. You know what I'm saying? So nobody will even look at it as tricking. Like when the Romans, when everybody, all the top leadership had boyfriends. I'm talking about the male top leadership had boyfriends and playboys, little boys they play with. They looked at the people that didn't have that going on as weird, right? The people that were just being in monogamous relationships, they looked at those people as weird. So I think that it will get to a point like that. It could get to a point like that with that situation. And I think simping is going to the simps are gonna have to up their game. All right. They ain't gonna be able to just like right now, they could just stay in pocket and hover around. That ain't gonna get it no more. Now they're gonna have to just to hover, they're gonna have to kick in. Just to hover around, they're gonna have to kick in. So the simping is going like people really gonna have to they're gonna have to make a real serious decision whether they're gonna simp or whether they're gonna go for what they want or whatever, right? So a lot
Yeah,
of these
you really got to draw your line in the sand. Like it's actually so deep, right? If this did come to fruition,
yeah,
everybody would literally have to draw their line in the sand, right? Simps would
right.
have to make a clear line. The 304's got to make a clear line. If you're a husband looking for a wife, if you're a wife looking for a husband, everybody has to make it clear what it is you are about. I agree with you, bro.
And I think the women, I think, well, we see it now, right? We see it now because Rush is always saying they all of them for the streets, but we see it now where women will talk to you. They may meet you someplace or whatever, but eventually you're asked to participate financially in some type of way, right? Hey, I got a cash app. You can do this. You can do that. They got all these different ways. You can sell me. You got all these different ways that they can have you participate. Now, I'm gonna tell you guys a story since we're talking about human trafficking. Uh, I was one time. I went to a fish market. I went to a fish market. As I'm coming out of the fish market, I think I was just getting off of work and I was getting me something to eat because I was going to eat something when I got home, and I said rather than try to cook something or ask my wife to do it, I'll just get something for myself, and then when I get done eating, I'll cut the grass and everything like that. So I said, I don't want to wait. I just do it now. So anyway, so I went and got myself some fish. And I'm going, average hood fish market, right? We out of hot sauce, we out of we out of tartar sauce or whatever, right? But anyway, so I go in there and I order right out there off of Crenshaw Boulevard. I'm ordering some fish. I get the fish, and as I'm walking out, holy smokes, I see this sister, man. She is beautiful. And I said, man, wow. I said, you're a very beautiful sister. She said, oh, yeah, thank you. So we struck up a conversation. Now she starts walking to me. My car is parked behind the fish market. So she starts walking with me back to the car. So I'm thinking to myself, my heart is pumping. I'm like, man, here's an opportunity. Here's the opportunity, Clarence. Don't take this opportunity. So I said to myself, talk myself quick. And I said, hey, bro, don't take this opportunity because this girl look good, but you don't know where she coming from, what's happening, right? Good thing I thought that way, right? So let me finish. So anyway, I'm talking to this chick and I'm walking to my car, right? She sees my car. I had a little Nissan Pulsar with the rims on and everything, man. Friend of mine that sold it to me, man, and I just start driving it. That thing attracted chicks. It was a convertible. That thing attracted women all the time. And I was good looking like you would be easy and Rush. I was young and good looking back then, man. So, the sister was on it. So we talking and talking and talking, right? And so finally I said, well, hey, that's good that you out here. She said, I'm out here from Virginia, or whatever she said she was from, and I'm out here by myself. And I just got me a place up the street or whatever. And I just was out here for a stroll. I said, oh, okay. So um, then she said, but I'm looking. I need some friends. I said, oh, you need some friends? She said, yeah. I said, oh well, I mean, we could be friends. We could be friends. I mean, man, we could be friends. So she said, oh yeah, okay, let's be friends. So I said, okay, we could be friends. And I think this is right before cell phones or right at the cell phones. But I was like, hey, we can be friends. No, I had a cell phone. So I said, hey, why don't you take my number? If you need some help or something. I had already made the decision. I wasn't going to dip with this chick. I just was going to just be friendly with her. Because back in those days, I didn't know that wasn't a good idea. So anyway, I thought, hey, either you're gonna have sex with them or you're not, and you can still be friends, and and it won't deteriorate into something else. I didn't realize that back then. So anyway, I was like, yeah, so I think I gave her my number. And then so now she's talking to me saying, I just need, I actually want to get to work. I said, oh, where you work at? I'll give you a ride. Where you work at? She said, no, I mean, I need to get to work, get set up to get to work. I just need some help. I said, oh, what kind of help you need? She said, oh, well, see, now she realizes she's talking to a square dude now. I'm like, what kind of help you need? She's like, oh, well, you know what? I do a lot of work for myself. I said, oh, okay. And I just need somebody to work with me, somebody who can, be there for me, right? Be easy, you know what I'm saying, right? They tell you, oh, I need you to be there. I need somebody to be there for me. I need somebody in my corner, right? All the stuff that they say that they let you know they need a pimp, right? I need somebody in my corner. I need somebody to be with me. I need somebody to take this walk with me. I said, oh, okay. My square ass is like, oh, well, you know what? Hey, I could help you. I could be your support as much as I can. I got a wife and children, so I can't, obviously I can't be everywhere, but whatever I can do, I'll try to help, right? So the sister's like, finally she said, no, man, I need a man. And when she said that, the way she said it, I realized she means she need a pimp. She needs somebody to pimp her. Now this girl looked good. This girl looked good, man. She was thick. She was nice. Could tell she wasn't from Los Angeles by her haircut. So I could tell she wasn't from LA because girls in LA don't have a haircut like that. But sister was beautiful, man. Beautiful, right? And then that's when I said, you know what? I don't think that's gonna work out for me and you, sis. You know what I'm saying? But I said I wish you the best of luck. She said, you sure? I just need some help. I just need some help out here. I said, you keep walking down that street. I said, Crenshaw is about 4 blocks down that way. I said, you just keep walking down that street. I guarantee you, you'll find somebody that'll help you. I guarantee you. She said, you think so? I said, I know so. I said, you might not even make it to Crenshaw. You might not even make it down there, but you just keep going. But good luck to you. And I never ran into that sister again. But what's my point? What's my point on that story? She chose me. And she was trying to give me the benefits of being her pimp. And she was trying to get me in the game. I guess she felt like, hey, this dude look like he ain't gonna steal nothing. He got enough stuff going on. He ain't got time to steal from me. I just need somebody to watch my back. Right? But my point is, she decided to do that. Now, what if it was a little kid, a 13-year-old kid, a little kid? I'll tell y'all another story. One time, I went to In-N-Out Burgers. In-N-Out Burgers, man. On my way home, I see this little kid crying on some grass, just crying. And I said, man, what's going on? In front of this trailer park. I said, man, you okay? You need some help? She said, I just need a ride. Can you just give me a ride up the street? I said, okay, sure, no problem. Throw her in the car. I said, are you okay? You sure you okay? You want me to call your mom, your dad, or whatever? I got a phone, you call your mom and dad. No, I don't need to call my mom or my dad because they don't know where I'm at anyway. They don't care. What? I heard that, right? So I'm driving, I get up the street, and then she said, hey, I can't go back and stay where I'm staying. I said, what do you mean? She said, hey, I was with this guy, and him and his wife got into it because I was there, and they kicked me out. I said, well, what are you doing there? How come you ain't at home? She said, I ran away from home. I'm from out of state, some state out of state somewhere. And this little sister, man, probably about 12, 13 years old. I said, well, what are you going to do? She said, I don't know. Can you take me home? I said, oh no, I can't take you home. I got a family, everything. I can't take you home. I could try to help you, but I can't take you home. She goes, I can't go back there, and I really need some help. Will you please take me home? Please, I'll hide you can hide me in the closet. You can hide me you can, whatever you need to do. I just need a place to stay for the night. I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. I said, I'll take you to the police station, and they will definitely get you some place to stay. She said, oh, no. Just take me back where you picked me up. She said, just take me back where you picked me up. I said, wait a minute. I thought you needed the help to do that. She said, no. Just take me back. This is a 13-year-old. She popped in the adult mode right there. Hey, no. Just take me back to where you picked me up. I'm looking at this kid like, then it hit me all of a sudden. Oh, this was game. This was all game. She was looking for somebody like me to think to do all this game. This is just game, right? So I take her back and I drop her off. I say, good luck. Hope it all works out for you, right? But what's the point? The point is, it's always going to be temptation out there. It's always going to be people out there that's going to try to get you into the game. Now, the question is, what do you do? What do you do when you see somebody? Let's take the first example. Woman comes up to you and says, hey, I need somebody to help me. I need somebody who can work with the money. Because she was telling me, I need somebody who can work with the money. I need somebody who can, make sure things ain't gonna go salty. I just need some help. That's all. To get on my feet. What you gonna do, Rico? You muted, brother. You muted.
I missed the question. I just came in. I missed the first half of it.
If sister came up to me one day, I was getting some fish. Sister came up to me and asked me to help her, and I was thinking she meant like, oh, maybe she need to ride somewhere or something, or what? No, she's like, no, I just got here, and I could tell she just got here by her haircut, right? So she just got to LA.
Okay.
So, but she was a beautiful sister, beautiful, thick, nice, and I said, what you need help with?
What?
She begins to lay it down to me that, hey, you know, I need a man. She said, I need a man. I said, well, I mean, what kind of man? No, I need a man. I need a man to watch my back. I'm trying to set up my business, and I need a man to watch all the little telltale signs that you dealing with. She's trying to set up herself, and she just need a pimp to kind of help regulate everything, right?
Mhm.
So when I finally caught on, I said, "Oh, this ain't my lane,"
Right.
because you know, much respect to the pimps out there, right?
Yeah.
Let us pray the pimp's prayer. Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch and guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord, so that she might learn a hoe's place. Amen.
Right? But shout out to the pimps out there, but I didn't.
Amen.
That ain't my lane. So
Right.
I was like, oh boy, you know what I mean? Once I found out, I was like, so I telling her, we was about 4 blocks up from Crenshaw Boulevard out here. So I said, hey, go down to Crenshaw. I guarantee you by the time you get down there to I forgot the name, whatever the name of that barbecue spot that's down there on Crenshaw and shout out to Crenshaw and Exposition or whatever street that was. When you get down there, I guarantee you won't even make it down there. My question to y'all is, what would y'all do in that situation? Do you have it in you to pimp?
No, not me. I mean, I'll even start with the fact that, like, I barely knew all the rules and laws back when I was a young buck coming up and thought at one point in time I could be. I barely knew because there's a lot, like, there are rules to the game and things like that. So, I mean, I knew when I was trying to dabble in it, maybe the basic 101, but I was no advanced, no nothing.
Right.
I ain't never had no hoe or nothing. It was just me just dreaming about being one.
Right.
And then what they are today, I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. And then what little bit I understand that you have to be, I just don't have it in me. Because as Brother B Easy say, either you got to have one that's going to have a hell of a mouth game to manipulate and keep them in control. And those are the pimps that I think they basically have all their, for lack of a better word, hoes in love with them. So they do whatever they want. They will sell and trick themselves every day because they want the love of you. Or you get those who do so by force. And I certainly I don't have it in me to do it by force.
Right.
And then I ain't got the mouth game for it to do it by love.
Either.
You know, I mean, both is a heavy lift for me. So I could have done the best I could have done was exactly what you did. Was like, hey, I tell you where to go, and I think some dudes, can probably hook you right, especially if you're looking for it. So it's not even like when I knew when I was coming up, like in DC, the pimps used to hang out at the bus stop. So the Greyhound bus stop, because all your runaways,
right,
and they ain't flying in, they coming from down south and they get off the bus.
Yeah, same thing down here in LA.
Yeah, and they be waiting for their asses coming from the little out in the country. Yeah. And hey, you'll be, this and that, and when I was coming, they had a little arcade in there. So the little girls, they come out, they 15, 16 years old, they go in there. So it was fertile ground.
Yeah.
You got the bus station and an arcade. So all these runaways and them fucking pimps used to eat.
Yeah.
They be like sharks down there.
Yeah.
And they get them. And it wasn't hard to either.
Yeah.
But now, you don't even see a bunch of bus stations. You still got them.
Yeah.
I don't see, I don't see a lot of, I mean, I guess now if you're going to run away out of town, you can get a fucking plane ticket. Back then.
Nah, bro. Back then, you don't need nothing. You can just jump on a bus.
Yeah,
it was pay for the bus. You didn't have to have your ID.
There were more bus lines anyway. Buses, because poor people weren't flying back then. Flights was still a rich man game. You had to have some pocket money to get on a plane.
Right.
But now you get a plane ticket for a couple $100.
Right.
But back then it wasn't. You ain't had it. So if I wanted to go to California back then, my ass was on the bus for 3 days. Yeah, because I didn't have no fucking money to catch no plane. But now people from the East Coast, almost at any economic level, you can get a Frontier or a Spirit flight
Right.
from coast to coast for $300.
Right.
But back then, hell, that was the bus ticket was $300.
Right.
But that's 4 days. I packed my sandwiches and whatever the case may be.
Right.
I traveled across the country on bus because that's all you could afford. So that was so many people were traveling by bus, of a lower socioeconomic level, and then those were most likely to be your runaways.
Right.
Only the upper middle class and the upper class could afford to fly.
Right.
But now, I guess maybe they're hanging outside airports. I don't know where the hell they're hanging at now.
I don't either, man. I like I said, I saw that that little chick out there in front of a mobile home park.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah, where do they? I mean, because I mean, even if you go down to the bus station right now, you ain't gonna see the traffic, the same type of people coming through like you used to.
Because you got to have your ID now. Remember back in the day when we was coming through, bro, you didn't have to have your ID. You don't have to, now when you
ride the bus.
Yes, now you got to have your ID now when you ride the bus. You got to be that person. Back then you just bought the ticket, right? You just gave them the ticket and got on the bus, right?
And then I guess it is now. I guess the game is more of the international trafficking lanes because while I think it did exist then, I don't think it was as bad as it is now. With the human smuggling and things like that. So I guess they, I don't know where the hell a pimp getting his product from now.
But they getting them. They getting them somewhere.
Well, what I mean? I'll tell you what they're doing. Them motherfuckers going online.
Yeah.
That's easy, right?
Part of it. Yeah.
That's what they're probably doing. They doing that. You know what them motherfuckers doing? They on Snapchat.
Exactly.
They on all those places, and they luring their ass online.
Exactly.
See, that's what they're doing now, and they're making everything look beautiful. Same model.
Yeah.
Oh, you can come out. You can. Oh, you in Pennsylvania, baby? Oh, you want to come out to LA? You can come out and stay with me. I'll be your boy. Same game. They just doing it over this box right here.
Yeah. Actually, hey, let me speak on this, Rico. It's actually not the same game. It's some really lame game. I told you I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, Clarence. Bro, yeah, it's some lame game because essentially what a lot of dudes do is, here, let me fly you out for a photo shoot, a video shoot. And then that's the element of the trafficking because, some real ism is going to tell her up front what it is, right? It's blatantly obvious what she is. She's a 304, but you trying to disguise and check the temperature. Like, should I let her know? Yeah, you need to come off undeniably visible as that ism for her to choose properly and appropriately. But what happens is these other dudes is just like, here, let me fly you out. Let me pay for a photo shoot. I just need you to wear some lingerie. And now once they do that, now she's in a compromising position. Even if she say no, is she really going to be able to overpower a man? And then if there's multiple men in there, so, this is in a situation where she wish she did have someone to turn to, right? And who else would be willing to come save her in that situation? Some square, some simps. A lot of these simps is just kind of suck because they're like, what I'm saying? They want to get some action, but they're not willing to run in the line of fire for that. So that turns to, is the government going to come in? Are the cops really going to rush there? Even if they get there in time, people have already fled. So the reason why I don't respect that, it's not really game. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, a part of people like use people and manipulate people all the time. But when it comes to this specific situation, I just don't, that's not something you could respect. When cats is doing all of that stuff, accent, they fly him out for anything. I've even had a chick say, a dude was saying, I want you to get out of this lifestyle. So you come out here, you live with me, and you basically, I'll give you a job and all this stuff. All he did was just become a different version of a pimp, like a blue collared one. He still was doing the same thing. You don't get any allowance. If you need anything, come to me. You stay at this house. You don't know anyone in this area, so you have to depend on me. How is that any different? All they do is just do it and they still try to control everything. So, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, that's not really respected because you're, on one hand, you're admonishing the pimping, but then you're still trying to do it just in a covert way.
I had a question I wanted to ask, and I did want to say this because I know, like in the overseas venue, sometimes what they do is like even like in the DR or Colombia, like right now, a lot of girls from Venezuela, because their country's in such bad shape, they're going to other countries to hoe. They probably used to do it at home, but now they're going to the DR, they're going to Colombia.
Why? Why? Because why?
Venezuela is like a collapsing state right now. So the country's so fucked up. Tourism is just falling off a cliff there. So now they don't have their revenue source coming into the country anymore. So now they got to go to other countries to ply their wares.
Okay.
But then the pimps there, and they had Mexico. They were doing it. The cartels was doing it real bad in Mexico. And what they do, they would get the girls in there, they lure them in, and they were doing it in the Middle East. They're real big too. They lure them in with work, i.e., modeling, whatever. And how they get them is they take their passports.
Correct.
So typically they couldn't leave. So it's a control, it's a power.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And they drug them a lot too. And then when you're the poorer the country, it starts hitting closer to home because you see, just type in parents selling their kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're literally
a lot of them are selling their kids off. So, but that's the discussion of the human trafficking. People don't want to talk like, how were they trafficked? They weren't just trafficked; they were sold and trafficked.
Yeah, a dude in China just got in trouble for trying to sell his daughter.
Yeah. It's
but you know what? That's commonplace. It's just we don't talk about it and we don't report it enough. But that's commonplace, bro. They say as soon as 9. In some of these places, they consider 9 like a mature young lady, right? And they're like, you're ready for action. And once again, I had a cousin that got pregnant at 11. Don't ask me how.
And the thing, what we're doing is we're looking at these countries with our Western values imposed on these countries, and they don't have our Western values. But one thing I did want to ask, and I wonder why the young bucks here is, what if you guys had an opportunity, because this is what we ain't talked about, to be a prostitute?
To be a male prostitute?
Yeah. So we never talk about that. We always look at it through the lens of a female, but legal. You know, because even in the countries where it is legal, I still don't see it's not like only women, and I think they do still have, for some reason, it's more hidden. It's like even male prostitutes are ashamed of being it, where the female prostitutes are not as much.
Yeah, that's an element. Is a super nuanced discussion.
Yeah.
And then also men are, let's be honest, like especially black men, we've grown up under the matriarch, very gynocentric. So men are just literally innately programmed to see black women especially, but women in general, as a deity. You know what I'm saying? They have this God complex with them to where they can't even criticize them or anything. So there's an overvaluation of the vagina, no matter how big they get, no matter how old they get. But for penis, like the valuation only goes up once it's a certain specific segment, like high value man, pimps, athletes, right? It's not a blanket high value of penis, right? But it is for vagina. So what happens is, even when the male are, they call them gigolos or whatever you want to say, once they're doing that, typically their clientele is just mostly like old freaky women, right? The young chicks is not like, they're like, I'm not about to, they're like, I don't care how fine he is, I'm not about to pay for this. When I got blue check dudes in the DMs, Chris Brown, Drake types flying me out for free, why would I go pay for that? And they might really find the dude attractive like that. So it's super nuanced when it comes to that. And then there's also sometimes men try to take the shortcut, right? If you were to go out there and put yourself out there to be like a male escort or male stripper, it's like you're dealing with the Magic Mike types, right? Now, whether you like those guys or not, you know that those women find those men's in that physique type highly desirable. So you can't just be going out there with your pot belly, right? You can have a beer belly. You can have a beer
It's too
belly,
late for me.
and but see, no, it's not too late for you because you got a bank account and a checkbook, right? And you're on the opposite end.
Wait a minute.
I'm
I'm selling,
speaking.
not buying.
Yeah, you could go to Venezuela, Rico. You could dance. They put you on the stage
No,
in
no, no.
Venezuela.
I don't need no checkbook. I'm selling, not buying.
Yeah, hey, you're right, Clint. You ain't ready for the main stage just yet, Rico. I give you 6 months. See, hey, no, go to Venezuela or go to your house in DR, train, train diligently, then come back to the US, and then you'll be ready for the big leagues. Then you'll be Magic Rico.
Then I'll be ready for the side stage.
I
I'll be
like
the
that,
opening
Magic
act, but
Rico.
not the main event.
Hey, be easy. I'm gonna start calling him that, Magic Rico.
I like that. It got a ring. I like that.
But look,
Yeah,
look, man, for real, we all knew when we were much younger. We all dreamed of that. You know,
Right,
like,
right.
oh, all the women, this, that, and whatever. And it's just like, but it's key what you say, be easy. Like, that is a nuance. It exists. But that's a very complicated and different. And some of those dudes, like you said, it's the gigolo, or either you're the pool boy. Their fantasy, women willing to pay for sex, you still have to, as they say, you still have to fuck their mind first. You know, for a man, a woman don't have to do nothing to stimulate our mind. She just needs to stimulate our loins. But for a woman, even to pay for sex, you still have to mind fuck them first, which is why I think it's more difficult.
This is my. I'm gonna let you. Let me hit this one. Be easy. I'm gonna let you respond after me. Okay, this is right up my alley, brother. I worked out here for many years out here in West Los Angeles, man. Very high level clientele, man. Very high level clientele. So I used to see all the time. The number one dude that got these older women that were sitting at home with these rich husbands, the tennis coach. He was killing them. He would be killing them. He would be killing them, man. And so I'm saying that to say that sometimes, you know, like you said, he'd have to be attracted to them mentally first, right? They looking at their husband coming home, little fat husband coming home from working all day, right? And the tennis coach would be like, you know, he would. I would. There was a park out there on right across from Fox Studios out there on Pico Boulevard, and I used to see these. I used to go over there because I had to work there. I had to work on some of the equipment over there, and man, these tennis coaches, man, they would have 3 or 4 women, and they would have 3 or 4. They would be sitting on the side, waiting to get up to get to the dude, man. And he'd probably be like Rico, probably about 31, 32, man. Yeah. And the women would be, the youngest one probably be 42, 43, something like that, man. But they would be waiting patiently, sitting down, talking to each other.
Yeah.
And he would just be
in that spit game.
Man, I mean, he didn't have to do nothing, man. I saw him. He would send them in to go pay for more balls. Hey, you go pay for some more balls, and you go do this. And you go. He would just send them. They was just like this little clique or something, right? And I was like, damn, man, I'm out here working for a living, and this dude is just.
And you be what's crazy, right? The woman been taking lessons for 4 years, and she still ain't no fucking good.
She still ain't no good, right?
He like,
she still ain't no good, man. She still ain't no good. She still needs help.
3 times a week and can't hit the fucking ball. Like, what the fuck am I paying for?
I saw it all, man. All right, BZ. I'm sorry about that, man. I wanted to throw my hat in that one. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, these you know, the little sidebars is definitely very critical to further the discussion. But I was just saying, these things that we saying they can be summed up very simplistically, but people is surprisingly dudes in their 20s, even up into their 50s, have not even grasped this stuff. See, like you said, Rico, we're okay with looking at the chick and getting all tingly just from the physical attraction. It's not like that for them. You got to wire them a little bit differently, and that comes from controlling, arousing the mind. If you don't attack that area first, whatever you do with the body, it doesn't even matter, because dudes will brag and be like, yeah, I hit that, but yeah, she blocked you after because she you was boring. Like you served a purpose for her that day. You bragging about yeah, man, I hit that. I'm like, nah, she hit you, right? And it was for her convenience. She controlled the situation. She let you into her room at the time she wanted, and she blocked you because you couldn't stimulate her mind. So you think like, yeah, man, I put it down. But y'all heard this saying before, dick don't pay no bills, bro. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta come with more than that. And not only that, dick can't tell you that I love you, right? It can probably show you with some actions, but that's more like lust. That's more feelings. You really got to have something coming out that's actually profound, poetic, and prolific for her to even believe anything that you saying, right? Because even chicks say, man, a dude smash anything. So they don't value your sex, right? They value the little stuff that you do, which is understanding and listening, right? How many people don't even listen? You can just let her tell you, like, if we went to the lingerie store, which one of these would you get? Just let her tell you. You don't got to say nothing. Like, who, if what is the craziest place you ever had sex, right? You can start asking her all this stuff, and then you can be like, damn, who is this woman that I'm with, right? You thought she was a nurturing woman, but she turns out to be a thought, in which they do hide that very well, right? They try to retire, and then they get with a square, and then you start asking questions, in the realm of the body count, and they past relationships, and they be like, oh, don't judge me and all this stuff. But they looking at you from a more powerful leadership position because you got enough guts to even ask the question. It's a tough question. That's why they like the tennis coach and the coach. He gonna tell them something. He gonna tell them what they doing wrong. Most men is like, oh, if I tell her what I'm doing wrong, I ain't gonna get the box. No, they're
Right.
like, look, your swing was bad, right? Your swing was bad. You suck. Like there's stiffer competition, and she gonna be bad at that tennis coach, but what she gonna be at practice the next day, right? But if he just like, your swing is great, you don't need to do anything, and then she go out there and get destroyed in competition, she gonna look at him like, why didn't you tell me my swing was trash? And then she's gonna be from a domineering position, kind of punking you. She gonna get bored and eventually discard you. You know what I'm saying? But who she's not gonna discard is the person that's saying, "Hey, chick, you need to get your stuff together. Your swing is trash. You need to get more focus and stuff." So it's like most dudes is not willing to tell chicks the hard truth. They haven't even told themselves the hard truth, and they haven't even accepted the simple concept that it starts with the mind.
Definitely, 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 y'all. All right. Let me ask y'all a question. Well, Rush never answered the question. Rush, you still with us, brother? I think Rush probably got caught up, man.
Okay.
Rush is a bona fide bounty hunter, man, so he's probably handling.
I know.
All right. So,
He out there trying to get in somebody's head now.
yeah. I mean, I had a question for y'all. Let me look at these questions I got for y'all. Okay. We know that prostitutes, 304s, escorts, it's a demand for it, right?
Yes.
If there wasn't no demand, the business would
wouldn't be
dry
there.
up, right?
Yep.
Be like a horse in a buggy, man. It'll eventually go away, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know there's a high demand. So now the question is, what is causing the high degree of unfaithfulness of men to women they vow to be monogamous with? Why are they stepping out with these 304s and prostitutes and escorts and side chicks? I'm talking about people in relationships. Why are they doing that? Bounty hunters like I don't know, Bees is bounty hunter, but bounty hunters like Rush, they're just hitting and running. They're not. We're not talking about those brothers.
Well, typically, I mean, y'all know how difficult it is. Okay, like, okay, like a sex symbol for a dude is like wearing those gray sweats. You know what I'm saying? with the Johnson bulging, right? And then equivalent with a chick is her wearing some sweats with like her camel toe showing, right? If you
Oh
post those
boy.
two pictures online, which one do you think is going to get the most attention?
The camel toe.
Yeah, the women.
Bingo, bro. So that's how it always is. There's the overvaluation of it. So when the men see like, okay, look, I'm in this relationship, but I never had a chance to do that, right? Like, yeah, I'm in this relationship because I'm trying to hold on to what I got. But it comes back to ultimately a mental bucket list and a conquest list that dudes want to say like they want to check off a lot of boxes, right? Like dudes try to get a certain number under their belt, right? You hear whether it be from any of these red pill, fresh and fit type dudes or whatever, they like, man, I hit 100 chicks. My numbers is in 1,000. Whether that's true or not, that's what people was actually striving for. Just because you get in a quote unquote monogamous relationship, that bucket list didn't change. You just hid the bucket list from your chick, but you still trying to knock them down wherever you can. And then there's also you can go into like the kind of animalistic nature of men and that know really other
And
species,
where
the
the white
males
women at?
you know what I'm saying, typically some people even get biblical with it, right? Where they're like, look at all the characters of the men in the book that had multiple wives and stuff. So some men go and full out religious and biblical with it and say this is what man was for, be fruitful and multiply. So some men feel that they're just being fruitful, like, look, I don't plan on leaving you, but I want to be fruitful. And before, dudes used to, I think even the Bible would say, like, hey, if you lay with her, she's your wife, right? Now the standards have got so loose that now they like, okay, I could lay with you and I could go home to my wife. So now it's the essential where once the sexual liberation was chicks is like, pounding in the toxic feminism, all it did was just make it easier for cheating on both sides. But when men have options and they're able to exercise them, right or wrong, they gonna do it, right? When you have it's almost just like the candy store of your favorite childhood treats. You probably really shouldn't be eating all of them donuts and all of this stuff that's gonna raise your blood sugar and blood pressure and stuff, but the option is readily available and no one is stopping you from grabbing it, right? And actually, someone is making it easier for you. Like, here, why don't you try this one? That's essentially what chicks are doing. Like, here, why don't you look at this explicit photo? Here, why don't you subscribe to this one? Here, why don't you hit me on this site and pay for my time? You know what I'm saying? So dudes just looking at it like, hey, I was gonna spend that money. They'll justify it, right? I was gonna spend that money on Jordans anyway. I might as well get some box. Like, man, I spent that at VIP in the club. At least let me get some box. So just it being readily available and dudes having like this secret conquest and bucket list, which involves a lot of women. That's why it always happens.
But I think part of it too is if you think about it, as young boys growing up, and this is how I kind of think of it. And I'm trying to think, I'm like, when did I? Okay, I don't know. All right, when did I don't know at what age I saw my first sort of like what I would call, nowadays they call them thirst traps, right? A picture
Yeah.
or something. I don't know if it was a Jet magazine or maybe some girl in the Ebony magazine. They were, they were more covered up, but still, it was the
What was that?
artist.
What was that brother? The photographer for Jet, Lamont, Lamont, Lamore, or something like that. Shout out to that brother, man. Shout
Okay,
out.
yeah, the Jet Beauty. Oh man,
Hold on. What was his name?
Lamont something, man. I forgot his name.
He
He
was
was
a
the
photographer or a model?
yeah. He
he
took
was
the
a photographer.
centerfolds for the Jet
Yeah,
magazine. The sisters that
Ebony.
would be in the bikinis in the middle, because that's
Yeah,
all we bought the Jet magazine for.
that's it. The Jet Beauty of the week. And when my mother used to get it, she'd be like, "Who tore that damn page out my magazine?" Because you would tear them out and have them in the whole book.
Yeah, you
You
can put
around
them
there
on
just
a
tearing your little
cardboard
self
or
up.
whatever, put
Oh
them on
man,
your
it was
wall.
beautiful. still because
Yeah,
they be in the bathing suits and everything, and that was like
Yeah.
that was black porn before porn. You know, it was like, oh man,
And
yeah,
that's
but you
what
gotta
a
remember,
thirst trap is specifically.
yeah,
It's not just a photo, it's a specific type of photo to
right,
elicit that type of
arousal,
sexual
right,
exactly
right,
that sexual excitement and arousal. Because they could have put anyone on there,
yep,
but they make sure to put a specific body type
yep.
showing a specific set of features.
Yep. And then, so I think as young men growing up, right, we get that, and from the time that starts, it never goes away. So now, all throughout the rest of our lives, as we're growing up, all throughout life, that's why when you see a nice, shapely, curved lady, or you see a something in the movie or something, all these images of thirst traps are going into our mind. So now, when you get into a relationship, while you're with someone you love, those thirst traps still are going into your mind every day. Every day. So we still stay susceptible to them. When we were single, we'd react to those thirst traps. If we actually saw it come to real life, oh hey, I'm gonna go in and holler at her, try to get her number, because that's what a thirst trap is. It's attention getting, it's drawing you in. And so I think when you say, why do men still go to the 304s, the prostitutes, and everything else, is because they operate in the lane of thirst trapping. That's basically, what porn stars do, and 304s is it's a certain style of dress, of seduction, enough
And
skin showing,
and
behavior,
also
language. Huh?
they also they expect, from my experience, the Johns, they believe that they could talk to and treat them a different way than they would normally treat their wife, right? Like a
Yeah.
dude will talk to his wife, hey baby, hey honey,
Yeah.
and then they get with a 304, and it's because they are paying, they
They be
expect
more
to be able
aggressive,
to call them whatever.
more
Exactly.
assertive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they make some of them make specific requests like, "Hey, when I'm inside you, I want you to call me daddy," or you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, or
Yeah.
your name is gonna be Miley today. You know what I'm trying to
And you
say?
can't
They
tell
can
your
never
wife
say
that,
that to their.
like,
There you go.
and then you're gonna have, like, I can't have overly aggressive sex with my wife because I can't lose the perception that's my wife. We can enjoy ourselves, but if I'm with somebody I'm paying, I throw that motherfucker across the room. You know what I'm saying? Because I might say, look, you discuss it like, look, I want it like this because I don't get it like this. I want to beat it up. And they be like, shit, as long as you paying for it, beat it, daddy. So
yeah,
you in an environment where you certainly have no hesitancy about asking for what you want, whether you get it or not. You may not get everything you want, but I'm certainly gonna ask for it. And there will be
And
things that I'm not gonna ask my wife at all.
I was just gonna say, just the ability to be able to ask, right?
Yeah,
You like, I can't even. It's not a world where I could fathom asking my wife this, but
nope.
when it comes to the 304, I could ask her anything.
Right.
A
yeah,
lot of
right.
them,
So
I've
Hey,
bro, I've had a clientele where they pay just to vent about, yeah, my
yeah,
wife doesn't do this, da da da, but it's like, we're gonna stick together, the kids, and they
because
just go to vent, and it truly is companionship, or almost a form of therapy.
therapy,
So
a form of
it's not
therapy. Yep.
always,
As
either
far
way it's
as they
therapeutic,
say.
right? Whether it's just sex, some pay just to go out on dates. It's
Yep.
just it's also almost like a trophy too, right? You can get the baddest thing
Yep.
smoking, and then you go to the country club, and
Yep.
then it doesn't matter if I pull up to a dinner with Rico, Rush, and Bro Clarence, and I got this exotic thing, like that's something memorable, right? Like, you guys will remember, like the last time we came to dinner, he brought one of
Damn.
them. One
And
exactly.
here's the thing, like you said, you can talk to them about anything, and then, like I said, I'd be like, "Hey, be easy. Give me Jasmine, that girl, and tell her bring her girlfriend." You can't do that with your wife. You know what I'm saying? It's there's no hesitancy to ask for anything, and it's like, okay, I'm paying, but they're going to fulfill my sexual fantasies in the way that I want, even you can tell them, hey, I want you to wear this. So even with what they wear, things that it's like, put on that little leather and them heels and, this, that, and whatever. And
it's
that's part
actually
of the job.
some of them actually feel empowered in a sense of control that sometimes they may not even be at home. I hate this term, but a lot of people say happy wife, happy life. That's essentially saying that your wife run the show. So when they get out and they're able to pay for something and they get to run the show, they don't care that they're paying for it. They're paying for an experience. And during this experience, I'm going to be in control. I told you to wear this, you're wearing that. I told you to call me this, you're calling me that. That is empowering, right? And if they're not getting at home, I mean, some people have to get their release in some type of way, and that's what they do.
I do think there's a sense of truth. As weird and as fucked up as it sounds, where some people say those 304 side. I don't think the side chick is the one I stay away from the most, but the 304s and the prostitutes have saved a lot of marriages because. It's
the
like
side chicks be trying to break up the marriage.
The problem with the side chick is they tend to try to replace a relationship you got.
Hold on, Rico. Let's clear it up. A side chick that plays her proper position not going to have an effect on the marriage, except for it's going to be better because she's going to take over that responsibility that she's coming in to fill their need. As long as she stays in her position. The problem comes in.
They rarely do.
That's what I'm about to get to. The problem comes in. Yeah.
They rarely do.
The problem comes in when the side chick gets out of place, tries to jump out of her position.
Yes.
And tries to jump in the first position. She tries to get in front of the wife.
And when that happens, the longer that you maintain her, the more, like I said, because you have to give some sort of power transfer because you're like, because basically, in essence, with the side chick, you're saying, look, I love my wife. And because every side chick think, well, if it wasn't for his wife, he'd take me. And be like, nah, if it wasn't for my wife, I'd still go get somebody else over top your ass. Because you don't usually tell them that. You usually tell them because as the man, you want to keep that sex readily available. So most dudes would be like, baby, if it wasn't for my wife, I'd be all about you. And over time, it always just, I'm like, make that shit transactional. If you gonna do it, make it transactional. Cause I ain't never seen no hoe try to get no wife out of position. They stay in there. They don't want nothing more from you but your money.
No, the ones that smart, they play their position and they keep the benefits flowing, right? They know as long as I'm assisting this situation that exists over here, I got benefits that I want coming here. The minute I step out of that situation and they get into the mentality that, okay, I can just take it all. I don't need to be over here getting some benefits. I can step in and get all the benefits when they get to that mentality, or when the husband says, you know what, why am I sneaking around? I'm 53 years old. Why am I sneaking around? This is the worst thing I really want to, I can talk to, like you said, Rico, I can tell her, hey, I want you to swing from the chandelier. I want you to wear these heels. I can tell this girl everything. This other girl, I can't tell her nothing.
But that's it though. See, with the side chick, that's the problem is you intertwine yourself in too much of your life and too much of your personal bit, because that's what you do. You end up, I've seen guys be married, got a side chick that's married, and the shit still get messy. Because they be thinking, oh, well, she got a husband, I got a wife. I'm like, but once them feelings get involved, it gets messy. You try breaking up with a side chick. She thinks
now it's not just only feelings too. What happens is I've seen it go as far as sometimes they'll get a separate cell phone line, right? And it's on a family plan, so she connected to your plan, or you get a car, it's in your name, but you basically gave it her car. You thought it was gonna fail, and then now you're trying to get that car back. But is it, you know, legally you can because it's in your name, but not if she going from state to state, and you know what I mean. And you got to explain all of these purchases. If your wife got access to your account, like why are you withdrawing 1,000 here, 1,000 there? You know what I mean?
Because the reality is, a side chick is still, you have a completely whole nother relationship. You know what that used to be back in the day, Clarence?
What's
That
that?
would be like, that'd be like you got your wife here and you got a whole nother family across town.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
a whole nother life. That's dudes are living double lives. And
Yeah.
that's just too much. I'm like, no, make that shit transactional if you gonna do it. Because when I go see the prostitute, she ain't even gave me a real name, so I don't even know the
Right,
fucking
right.
name. If she's named Mary, her name could be Jane, Alice, Donna, any
Right.
fucking thing. I don't even know their real name. It's
Right.
purely transactional. And I don't
Right.
never have to worry about seeing or hearing from her again until I'm ready. But
Right.
with that relationship, that's the family cross town, and man, and it gets. I'm like, no.
Well, see, like I
No.
say, the side chick, everything can go good for years and years and years if the side chick plays her position.
But when
once she
it
gets
goes
out of
sour,
position,
she
that's the
knows
problem.
everything about you.
That's the
She knows
problem.
when all the bodies are buried.
That's
She
the
knows
problem.
everything.
She
'Cause you
knows
done
where
laid
your
up
house is,
hold of that
and
shit.
you've been meeting her at hotels all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
only
the
know the
problem.
name that she told you. You've
Yeah.
been meeting her at hotels. She know your son's name. You've given
Yeah.
her access to this. I've seen multiple clients give cards like a spending limit. Here
And
it's 2,000 on this card. You can run it up. This is a separate account. I've seen dudes open separate bank accounts to hide
Yes.
it from their wife. Their
Yeah.
wife got access to the Bank of America, but I'm gonna go open this one at Chase so no one knows.
I'm gonna
Right.
tell you the worst part about it, right? Which one you think your wife, if your ass get caught, would be more willing to forgive? See what I'm saying? So
Prostitute. Yeah.
the prostitute.
Definitely the prostitute.
The prostitute. See what I'm saying? But you got a whole relationship. That's harder for her to break because you emotional. You can say, "Hey, baby, I just was slipping. It was a hooker." They not saying they're gonna forgive either one, but I think you would be more. You have a better chance of forgiveness if she knew you was just out there buying some ass, because she would think, "Oh, it's just the old prostitute. He ain't had no feelings," and usually you didn't. You probably genuinely didn't. You just like, hey, I like it was purely sexual. But when you have a side chick, you broken more than the second. Most women think most men out there getting some shit anyway. They don't want you to. A woman, your wife don't want you to love another woman. She might can withstand you fucking another woman, but she can't withstand you loving another woman. And if you got a side chick, in her mind, you gave some love to her.
And you know
gave
why?
some, yeah.
Because it goes back to the mind, right? When it
Mhm.
goes to the prostitute, they know that it's just physical and transactional, and they like, okay, yeah, you smashed her, but dudes will smash anything. But now
Yep.
when it comes to love, in order to love someone, what is it? A mental state. So they like, now you infringing upon my territory.
Exactly.
They like, okay, you could smash a chick, but hold on, you let her get in your mind to the point
Yeah.
where you say you love her, and now they see it as a
Yeah.
threat. They don't
Yeah.
see a hoe that you smashed and paid as a threat, but a chick where you sent her flowers to her job. She
Yep.
like, who is this chick?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I seen that go bad. I seen that go bad.
She gonna
Yeah.
tell the kids.
Bro,
look
Clarence,
at
you got some of them. You
There
got
is,
some
bro.
epic stories, bro. Clarence.
Hey man, one time, hey, let me tell you another one. So I had a roommate, man. This is before I got married. I had a roommate, man, and you know, he had a good job, man. He was working at the post office, man. And so this dude was he was smashing this chick. She was in a relationship, but she wasn't married. They lived together, and he was smashing this chick at the office. So I kept telling him, I said, man, yeah, I don't know, man. That don't sound too good, man. You know, he was like, oh no, man, it's great. Everything is good. Everything's all good. I said, okay. So maybe a month or two later, man, we was just hanging out in front of the crib, and this chick walks by, man. Beautiful little sister, man, beautiful. And so she walks by, and she started up a conversation with him. She came across the street, started a conversation with him. Next thing you know, they're going out. They start hanging. They start kicking it tough. So now what happened was one chick was the chick that was first on the scene. My boy, you know, when you have two women in your life, it does something to the average man. That gives him an air of arrogance a lot of times, especially you young. So he now had this new car smell on him. So the sister, you know what I'm talking about, Rico. So
Yeah.
so now the first sister was like, "What's going on?" And so he finally told her, "Hey, you know, you got what you got going on." See, the sister was cool as long as he was just being just with her. But now he got something else going on. He said, "Hey, I got something else going on too." So, you know, you do your thing. You know. So what happened with the first sister? The first sister bumped her game up. So instead of doing A, B, and C, now she's doing A, B, C, D, E, G, F, and J, and K. Man, she bumped her game up. Well, of course, the new sister found out about the other sister and said, "Hey, you're not gonna outdo me." And she bumped her game up. So it was all good. I mean, it was all good. This brother was coming home every day, man. Rick, be easy, man. E Black, man. He looked like he had been in a marathon every day. He was just dragging in every day, man. And I said, "Man," I said, "you can't keep this pace up, brother." He said, "It's not me, it's them. They the ones that's pushing the program." I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Well, you know this is gonna end bad, brother. You know, you probably need to pick one and leave the other one alone because this they can't keep up this pace. It's gonna get ugly." "Oh no, man, it's all good. It's all good, man. Hey, man, hey, look, I'm the king of the world. What are you gonna tell me? You ain't even got a woman coming over to see you. You just sitting here." I said, "Okay, all right." About 2 weeks later, man, that's when the new girl came up to the job and just exploded at the job. And the worst thing in the world happens when you have two women. "Well, you take them, I don't want them. Well, you take them, I don't want them. Well, you take them, I don't want them." And then it was just all bad from there, right? And he comes back, man. He's like, "Man, it happened, man." I said, "I told you, man. I told you. You should have just took control of the situation instead of letting it develop like that. You should have just took control of it." But my point in that situation was he had it all good, and he didn't realize that he didn't realize that the fire was being stoked. Like me on the outside, I could see that the fire was getting stoked for something bad. I had met both women. I knew both women had horrible attitudes. They were beautiful women, but they were just they were not patient and loving people, right? So I knew what was gonna happen as soon as it came to a head, and that's exactly what happened. So my point is, but the dude wouldn't have been more. He wouldn't have been open to even seeing the other chick if if the first girl was doing A B C D E F G and everything already. The door probably wouldn't even been open for the other chick to come in, right? But because she had to wait until that situation happened to bump her game up. Now, my question to y'all is that what's happening to women? Is that what's happening to wives? Like we have to actually go out and make these mistakes, get a side chick, get a prostitute, get somebody for the wife to say, maybe I need to step my game up. Maybe I need to do something to step my game up. Maybe he's been talking to me and telling me what he wants, and I haven't been listening. Or do they? Because I think most of them just say, "Oh, he's just a dog. Rico just a dog. He's just a dog." Right?
That's the easy way to not accept personal responsibility.
Exactly, right.
Now, two things can be right at the same time, right? He could actually be a dog, but he could also been a dog that was willing to stay home if you was willing to give him a bone, right? Give a
Yeah.
dog a bone.
Yep.
But you want to starve the dog and then say, look at him, he's a junkyard dog. Yeah, but you knew this. So why didn't
And
you
where the
handle
white
him
women at?
with care?
Hmm.
Exactly. So then that's why he go over there and be like, hey, since I ain't getting it in a trap, I'm gonna go over here into the sandlot. You feel me? Where the Becky's at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's he did on. That it is the case where the women they get complacent. They, especially if they're white, they get complacent. They feel
Yeah.
like, you supposed to honor the commitment, and yeah, you are. But I'm also like, yes, there's a competing force against me honoring that commitment, and that's called me being a damn man.
Right.
And my carnal nature that exists within me, it exists within me. And on my wedding day, that carnal knowledge didn't go away. It was hoped and expecting that you would control it and keep it caged. If you don't, and it gets out the cage, while I am responsible for what it does, you still let it out the cage.
There you go.
So
You need to be,
keep it
once again,
caged.
it goes back to the accountability. And like one of your stories, you were saying earlier, broke parents. Imagine if, let's say, a wife, I don't know if y'all remember they had that show Cheaters, like
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
probably Rush was helping helping that dude, but there was some that went off the rails where he got stabbed and all this stuff.
Yeah,
So
I saw that one.
the cheating stuff could be a very dangerous game. But what I'm saying is, how often do you hear like a woman saying, you know what? Instead, I didn't have a commitment to this 304, this side chick. Let me learn from her, right? You want to try to fight her, but ultimately you gonna stay. A lot of times they stay with the man anyway, so they get
Yeah.
into a fight with the side chick, and then the dude, and then they say, oh, he cheated on me twice. Yeah, because you didn't learn from the last thing. You could have picked that side chick from as much information as possible. Oh really? Where'd y'all go? Oh, y'all went to this restaurant? He didn't even take me there. Well, how many times did you do it? Well, what type of like chicks know how to interview and interrogate a man, but you don't want to do it to the side chick or the person that's infringing on your rights, right? That's pretty much what they feel like. So, but instead they want to fight the chick. What do you learn from that, right? You either lose the fight or win the
Emotions,
fight. What
brother.
are you
Emotions.
winning or gaining? But seeing, and let's say you do break up with a man, you can still carry it on to a lot of this knowledge is transferable, right? If she asks the side chick, what did you do? What did my man tell you why he cheated and what he didn't like? You got abundance of information available to you in these side chicks, but they just kind of mismanage the information just for like to keep up a petty beef and say this my man, or girl, you can have him and all this stuff, but then they be right back with him. You could it's still a teaching moment, right? Whether y'all
Man,
still
emotions.
rekindle the flame or not.
Emotions are the weather of the brain, brother. Emotions are the weather of the brain, and sometimes, just like the real weather out here, will come. Jesus said in the Bible, you can't tell where the wind comes start from and where it ends, right? You can't tell where it comes from. Or you can't. Sometimes, man, people in their emotions, brother, they can't. When that wind blows, that wind of anger blows in their head, brother, they not seeking um a resolution, a constructive resolution to the situation. And so sometimes they will sit in the despair of the situation, man, and say, man, this situation is so bad, and they're so angry because the other person cheated on them. Goddamn, Clarence, I hate you, right? And they so angry with the person for violating them, that they're not looking towards trying to resolve the issue, the core issue, because the cheating is just a symptom of the issue, of the reality of the core issue. There's a core issue that's not being addressed, and the cheating is just a issue of that. Usually, typically, it's a communication gap somewhere, but
And
that's what's going
typically,
on.
it's a core issue with themselves. Like, let's be honest, right? So, some people will be
Shout out to Big
gained
Rick
weight,
Black.
right? And they'll be wondering, why did my husband or my wife cheated, right? Like, you gained 100 pounds, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's easy to just only blame it as him being a dog. Yes, he could be true that he is a dog, but factually that you're less desirable than you were a year ago or a month ago. So the fact that you don't want to work on that, it's easier to just say that he's a dog and he didn't to commit to this. You didn't even commit to a healthy lifestyle, right? So there's enough. The thing about blame is enough to go around. Yes, he was a dog, but you kind of dogged him out by not maintaining some level of desirability. It's not all about the weight, right? Cooking is desirable. Bringing he watching the game, you crack open a beer or bring a plate to him, that's desirable to certain men. Studying and understanding your man, doing the simplistic things that he like, so
Hold on, brother. Be easy. You right. You hitting all the buttons, man. So I'm just gonna say this, man. If there's any women out there, men are so easy. Men are so easy, man. Men are easier than a dog, man. Man, you know what I'm saying? You could feed a dog and a dog will break out and leave your house, man. Break out of your gate and it'll leave and never come back.
they say give a dog a bone. That's it.
But a man, if you're making good food, hot food, and keeping his clothes clean, he might be out there because he can't figure out how to talk to you, but he's always gonna come home. He's always gonna come home. So that's the thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Men are so easy. All right, brother, be easy.
Here's the difference, though.
Rico.
And I will say this: I do think some of it sometimes it does come down to, do we as men? Because I know I even suffer from this too. It's like sometimes we don't even know what the hell we want. We think we do, so we go after what feels comfortable. And when you say we'll come home, yeah, I'm gonna come home, but we come
or what
home
you were
because it's
programmed to
comfort.
go after.
Yeah, it's home is comfort, not necessarily where we want to be. Because sometimes we yearn for the excitement, but we come home for the comfort. But then, sure enough, like the dogs we are, we gonna get up and we gonna start itching. And even though that dog looked right back at that fucking gate, he was out again, and he got to try to get out there again. That's why we have gates, because they'll come home, but they won't keep their ass home.
Right.
You try having a dog with no gate.
Right.
Every time you open that door, that damn dog out that door, and he gonna find his way home when it's his place of comfort to come and sleep, to eat, get nourishment. He get back up, he get that itch in his tail, his ass right back out there again. So, it's we got to do a better job of knowing what we want, doing the best to get what we want. Also understanding sometimes we won't get what we want because we don't qualify for it.
Oh, boy, that's a good point.
Hey, bro, I had to stop you, Rico. I literally was just on a panel, I think it was yesterday, and I said the same thing, bro. And that stings a lot of people's soul, because that's what we don't, not maybe us specifically. I'm just saying as men collectively. I break it down because I know Brother Clarence loved to bring up the STEM and all the stuff, right? I said this exact thing. If you've been a forklift driver all your life or flipping burgers, you know that you're not qualified to be the CEO of an engineering company or to be working in one specific STEM field. You understand you're not qualified for that, right? But then when it comes to these dudes wanting these IG supermodels or this celebrity chick or the most exotic chick, it's like, bro, are you even qualified that? Not because she's necessarily out of your league in the looks department, but what type of maintenance it's going to take. Your weight is not up. You don't even got your own place, right? You're living with your mama. You don't got a car. Like, that's what I mean by qualifications. You need to be focusing on that, building up your resume. So in order you do qualify, and then people come to you because they see your resume. Now you're sending your resume out and people are just like, it don't hold enough weight.
Yeah, that's the best way.
You see the qualifications of the guys that she get. So you look at it's like, dude, just look at yourself. What the hell? You ain't got none of their qualifications. Do you see her with a fry cook? No. You don't qualify.
And look, and this is the thing. Dudes got to get out their emotional feelings. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person because you a fry cook. It just means at this current time, you don't qualify for what you're asking for. Now you can work your way up to be a sous chef, a master chef. You're not there yet. But once you do become a master chef, now you have a different level of qualifications, which means you can have a different list of requests and demands.
Right. Yeah, y'all. Okay, I gotta. Let me go through this chat real quick, Rick. Danique Anthony says, I think men can't stay on the righteous path because we believe we need water to live. Everywhere you turn, there's Dasani, Aquafina, Avion, Fiji, Voss, Deer Park, or Zephyr Hills. Now, I this is where I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna let the fellas jump in. I'll say this: men. It's hard for men to stay on the righteous path because Rico alluded to it earlier, and the communication might be off. Like a lot of guys feel like they have their Madonna whore complex or simplex, where they feel like the wife is the Madonna, and this is the mother of my children. I can't ragdoll around. I can't grab her by her hair and drag her into the bedroom. I can't do that like that because she's saved and sanctified. She's filled with the Holy Ghost. I can't do that to her. Snatch the Holy Ghost right out of her. So I can't do that. So, but I really want to ragdoll somebody. Who can I ragdoll? Oh, I got all these different opportunities. And now for men, back in me and Rico's day, man, you really had to have game, man. You had to go out in the street, out in the field, and you had to go and find somebody and then talk to them and then put game on them, and then maybe it would work out. Now you can do it from your phone. It's easy now, but back in the day, see, it's so many different, you got so many different opportunities now. You can do it from Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube. You can do it from all these different places and never leave your home and have a line of girls coming to your house every day. But back then, man, you had to really be able to run some game on some people, because if you didn't, the next man was running an even better game than you, and you was sitting there like, damn, she said she was going to be here at 7 o'clock. It's 9:30. I know she's going to come. I know she'll be here. She'll be here. You like, what's that dude, Charlie Brown, the dude sitting in the pumpkin patch waiting all night for the great pumpkin? You're like, damn, I know she's going to be here, right? But what happened? Another dude ran better game on her, right? And so she's gone, right?
Right. You remember them days out there?
Oh man, I remember them days.
Outside,
man.
if you had one phone in the house with a single line, so you want to call your girl, you have to run down the street to the damn phone booth. To the phone booth with coins, and you hope a motherfucker ain't in there. And some dude in there.
You know about a phone booth?
You be like standing outside. I know that nigga see me standing outside the phone booth. It's like the same thing the dudes do in jail just to get on the line. And then when you call her ass, you get a busy dial tone. You be like, what the fuck? You just going crazy. Oh, we had.
But then that also goes to.
Wait, Be Easy. What about this part? Because Be Easy, you too young to know about this. What about this, man? You trying to do that, and you trying to move that little phone book out the way, but you can't move the phone book out the way, and then you try to close that door, click, click, clack. It won't close all the way. God damn it, it won't close. So you trying to close it and trying to make it work, man. I remember them days. All right, Be Easy.
Like, damn, I got enough coins, and you putting all them fucking coins.
Yeah,
in,
man.
You go to the rotary.
Hey, Rick. They say, hey, you got 15 seconds to put a nickel in a quarter. You put that quarter in there, and it come right back out. You're like, oh shit. Put that quarter back in there, right?
and then you dial the fucking number. You done did all that work, and all of a sudden you hear a fucking busy signal. You be like, yeah, that was the struggle.
Man, Be Easy. We going off the rails here, man.
Nah, it ain't on the rails. The train is still on the track.
We couldn't send a text or a damn email. No, we had to struggle.
Hey,
Communication was a
but
mother.
I will say this. Back then, well, even now, especially in jail, your letter game gotta be tight. You
Yes,
better be able to
yes,
write a letter, bro, and you need
yes.
to be able to write it in a poetic fashion, bro, in a very believable fashion. The thing is, a lot of these dudes, bro, I'm talking about killers, bro, like killers known in the streets. As soon as they get in there, they be teddy bears. If you read some of the letters that they said, I'm like, God damn, this dude is like Mark Twain or something. But
Oh yeah.
back
But
to the let me just finish this, Rico, and then
wait.
Cook. I didn't want to lose his point, but
No problem. I'm
with
sorry.
that whole Charlie Brown analogy that you gave, peep this. Somebody else ran better game. He
Right.
wasn't demonized or villainized. He was actually praised, like, hey, the better man won, the better
Yeah.
game, right?
Yeah.
The chick who chose and left Charlie Brown high and dry, she wasn't demonized or villainized. It's just like, hey, she chose up on a better man. But you know who is looked upon in an unfavorable way?
Mhm.
Charlie, for out there looking like a sucker, right?
Yeah.
He out there looking like a sucker, knowing he wasn't qualified. Another chick got game. Another dude ran a better game. His chick was kind of for the streets, right? Seeing whichever the way the wind blow, but none of that was bad. The only thing that was perceived as bad was him looking like a sucker out there.
Yeah,
But
man.
So I think that's just an interesting dynamic that people need to understand. I know it's just a cartoon, but if you get deep into it, like
Right.
all that time he spent waiting, he could have been doing some push-ups, right? I think he played
Right.
soccer or
yeah,
football. He could have been getting better at his skill, but he was waiting for a chick she knew that she didn't want him, right? But
yeah.
she knew she can string him along too. That's what a
Yeah.
lot of dudes is doing. They chasing after these chicks that they know don't want them, but they're like, maybe someday. But then you also not even working on yourself. Like Rico said, you see that, bro. You seen the last dude she was with was 6'4" chisel. Then
Yep.
the last dude she got before that was a pimp. The last dude before that was a gangster. The last dude before that was a CEO.
You
Bro,
know her
you don't
type.
qualify
Right.
working at
Right.
7-Eleven. I'm sorry, bro.
You know her
Let me say
fucking
this.
type.
Let me
You
say
know
this.
her
Let
type.
me let me say this. Let me say this, y'all. Because I just did I think me and Rico, we did maybe the three of us did another live stream. Me, Rush, and Rico. We did a live stream where I was talking about this. I told the story about this brother I had knew. Actually, I knew the sister that he was dating. I knew her, and he was dating his sister, and he was very qualified. You hear me, man? He was very qualified. I mean, he was uh, be easy. This dude, the dad at the cookouts would give him the spatula to turn the meat. I mean, that don't happen in black families. Black people don't do that, man. The father, he controls the grill, he controls the meat, right? Your best bet is to ask him how it's going. And that's it. You don't go over there and ask for the tongs or whatever. Hey, this dude, he would call him. Hey, so and so, come on over here. Get these tongs. Get this, and he would flip the meat. That's how good. That's how in good he was. He was a good dude. He worked 15 days on shift and then have 15 days off. So he had 15 days off in a month where he didn't have to go to work. Good job, good benefits, good dude. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Beasley. The dude was short. Was short. He was short in comparison to her. She is probably about close to 6 feet. He's probably about 5'6". Not good. Especially all the dudes that she was doing dating, like you were saying, she was used to dating baller dudes. Like when I say hoopers, because she was so tall. So she got tired of having her heart broken by them dudes running through her. She decided to go another way. I'm gonna go get a Christian dude. So that's what she do. This dude was certified, bona fide, a good dude, man. The church signed off on him. The mother and the father signed off on him. The deacon board signed off on him. The mother board signed off on him. He would, when they had things that do at the church, this dude was one of them dudes that was going in there, setting up the tables. And I mean, he was just a good dude, man. Good dude, man. Good hearted dude. He got kicked through the uprights, be easy. And he was more than qualified for this chick. He was
And look,
saving up
okay,
money to buy an apartment with her. But I
but
knew
let
he
me
was on his way out because she kept saying, you know what his biggest problem was? Be easy. He
his
wasn't cutting
mentality.
it in the bedroom.
Oh
wasn't
wow.
cutting it in the bedroom. He was a good dude. This was a good dude, man. You hear me, Beezy? He was a good dude. Whatever he was lacking in the bedroom, he more than made up for it everywhere else. He would sit by the phone. This is BC, brother, before cell phones, right? He would sit by the phone waiting on her to call. On his days off, he'd be waiting for her to call him. He said, just call me, because she went to college right around the corner from him. She said, hey, just call me. I'll bring you some lunch. She called and said, hey, I want this from wherever. And they were in Long Beach. He had to go all the way to LA, come all the way to LA, come get something for her, whatever she wanted. But he would do it, no problem. Good dude. Now, my question to you, young brother, Be Easy, the brilliant mind that you are, how do you get around a bad sex game? We asked this question before, but I don't think you had a chance to even get into that. How do you get around
I didn't get to
bad
get
sex
dibs
game?
on that.
Huh?
So first, so I'm gonna answer your question, but let me just stick on the qualification part. So I agree with the characteristics and attributes you named about the gentleman you were talking about. Sound
Yeah,
like he was a very capable and qualified man. The thing about
definitely.
qualifications is you can have an impressive resume, right?
Yes,
And this resume may get you an engineering job, but then that same resume doesn't qualify for you to be a lawyer. It's the
right.
same resume. You know what I mean? So although he may have had qualifications, his qualifications didn't meet the specific needs of the individual that he was going for. And that's where it takes for uh, a very thorough vetting process and intentions, right? Ultimately, the dude has been 5'6" all of his life, so he knows the competition that he's up against. He
Right.
knows that this is very selfish things that I've heard multiple chicks. I literally just seen a post on Facebook today that says, I don't want to date short men because I like to wear heels. Even if a chick that was 5'6", she's saying if she wear heels, I'm gonna be taller than him, and they're saying I don't feel safe. I don't feel, you know what I mean? So
Right.
he kind of already known that that was already out there, but he tried to overlook it because it goes back to the overvaluation of vagina and lack of opportunities like this. He kind of already knew, right? But he also was just ecstatic to even be like, look, I got me a tall chick,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
He
so
had
let's be
definitely come
honest.
up. He
Man,
had
so some
definitely come
dudes
up.
like, man, I like to climb trees, right? You've heard that. That's what that phrase is. I'm a shorter dude that likes tall chicks. They feel like conquering. And then I've also heard some tall chicks that were saying, they say, oh, the shorter dudes have a Napoleon complex. I think that's a little bit overblown, but there is some merits to that argument. I think it's just a way to try to disparage short people and short shame, but like there is some validity to the argument. So I think you could pinpoint it to some of him feeling a little bit insecure and inadequate with himself, so he tried to overcompensate with a bunch of love and tender feeling. But unfortunately, especially in our community, love and sensitivity from a man, it doesn't conquer, is not as arousing as, thuggery and savagery and
Yeah.
being a bad boy. You know what I mean? So although, I mean, they will, once they hit the quote unquote wall, or essentially have to settle down,
Right.
then those qualities that he displayed would be more desirable. But especially in our community, the height and sex is just like a sticking point, and we need to have a deeper discussion. I know you probably did, but that's just a deeper discussion. Other communities, they're able to look and be like, look, I already know he's not stacking up, but the dude will have discernment and take accountability, and like, look, they got dudes that have micro penises. Look it up, bro. Micro penises, bro. They're like anywhere from 1 to 2 inches, and a lot of those dudes are married because they
Okay.
worked extra hard. They like, look, I got a micro penis. I need to be earning 6 figures, and
Right.
I'm gonna get a wife. Some of those dudes enjoy watching their wives get banged.
Somebody
You know
else.
what I'm saying?
And
And then you look then like, damn, they've been married 10 years, 20 years, and all this stuff. They compromised, right? Like
yeah.
No dude was saying like, I want to be born with a micro penis, or I want to be born not to be able to be this sexual mutant, like you like to say, Clarence. Like, but there's ways around it. And then the dudes that are the sexual mutants, how did Steph Curry get so good at shooting? Did he take one jumper, two jumper,
Yeah.
hundreds of jumpers, thousands? How did that sexual mutant get so great at sex? Did he just have one encounter? You know what I'm saying? So you wanted these sexual mutants to be monogamous as well.
But see, here's the thing, Be Easy. There's guys that are good, that have good sexual energy. They have really good sexual energy. You can tell they have what do they call that? A woman could look at them and say, "Yeah, I can see this dude could probably, get the job done." A sexual mutant to me is something different. Sexual mutant is a person, when you walk in the room, another one would you and that person know. Another mutant, you went into another mutant, you and that person know. Oh, just those two people know. Oh my gosh. They feel that they feel that vibe so heavy on each other. They know.
But see, but here's a difference that needs to be. We got to also understand there's a difference between appearance and performance. They're different. So I've seen, because I don't know if I told you. I think it might have been Art. I don't know if you watched the rest of the stream. Me and Arshawn, you saw my story, because in between my marriages, I spent several years in the lifestyle.
Yeah, I was watching that,
man.
The
swinging lifestyle for about 8 years.
Yeah,
I got introduced to it by a nephew of mine who used to be a male dancer. He said,
Right.
You want to go to a party? I was like, sure, why not? And when I got to the party, I was like, oh, fuck, So I got introduced into the lifestyle. I enjoyed it. I was
so let's let the people know the free sex lifestyle, where relationships wasn't being required for sexual contact. Okay.
Right. No emotional connection, or swinger parties I was going to.
Okay.
And I initially started going as a single man, and that was always the harder to get into, because, like I said, they have a hierarchy, and the premium is always on single women.
Right.
And then after that is couples, and then after that is single men.
Right.
So the single women always got in free. Obviously, the better you look, the higher up in the hierarchy. Then couples, because it's assumed, it's no same-sex couples unless it's women.
Right.
So it's a man, so he's bringing a woman, so they would get in usually free or for a minimal cost. And then single men, you motherfucking had to pay to get in. You just did. It's like
you gotta pay a premium too.
That's just how the game is.
Right.
And it's funny because you have all different. It's funny, like, because a lot of the parties some would be like very ethnic. Like when I first started going, the parties would be all black. Then I ended up getting introduced to some mixed parties. And I went to some parties where it was just me and a handful of people that were black,
And where are the white women at?
Yeah, it'd be plenty. And it's wild. Because they're not deviants like people say. These are just people that are very sexually liberated. So as
people that are very productive citizens of society. I've seen some of these clubs. I'm talking about these people are lawyers, judges, literally some of the highest prestigious positions in society.
But you got to realize they have the big thing. They have a big swingers thing every year. I never went to the one they do in Jamaica. Hedonism. Called hedonism. I think they do it in the Grill, Jamaica.
Okay.
So every year, like, it's hedonism 1, hedonism 2. You can look it up. And you got to pay, and they fly down, and they be down there for 4 or 5 days, running around naked, fucking everybody, and just it's a bunch of swingers, people into the lifestyle. It's a real thing, and these people some of them are business owners, just all kinds of shit. And as he said, whether you micro or sometimes people are just into open relationships, and sometimes people are just voyeurs. Where I told you, a guy would be like, friends that I met at parties, we exchange numbers, we get in touch. So a party might be once a month, but if this couple want to have some fun or some playtime before the next party, they might call me up and like, Rico, what are you doing? Like, I ain't doing nothing. You want to come over and hang out and have some drinks? get over there, have a few drinks, get in the hot tub. The next thing I know, I'm fucking his wife.
You know what
Hey, speaking of that, I actually had somebody. I considered him a friend. I didn't know him that well, but we went out. We had drinks. He invited me to his house. I brought him to my house, and then he randomly said one time he said, I owe my wife one. And I was like, bro, what are you talking about? He was drunk and he was saying like he needed to find like somebody to go to Pound Town with his wife, because he said, man, we've been having threesomes together, we've been doing all this stuff, and I've been choosing, right? Like he said, he's been going out to the bars and then bringing the chicks home. He said now it's her turn to choose, and then he was. I don't know if he was just drunk, but he was kind of sizing me up and saying, like, would you think? And I had a brief moment where I thought about it, but I don't know. I couldn't just bring myself to it because I still had to have interactions with them, right? And then I was just thinking, like, bro, you wanted me to run a train on your wife, or you want me to do a private session? You know what I'm saying? And you watch.
You know what's funny, man? It's funny when somebody comes to you with that kind of something, and see, you two dudes, man, y'all dudes is up on the game, man. But I mean, I've been square most of my life, man. So when people approach me with stuff like that, I'll be like, oh yeah, what? Oh, you looking for somebody?
Well,
for your wife? Oh,
well, once you get into it, you're like I said, after going to a couple of parties, my mind started getting open to a lot of possibility because again, like you said, they actually, and I think every city has them because they got one here.
Hold on, Rico. When you say you start getting introduced into a lot of possibilities, that mean were you getting more frequent with your parties, or were you like ramping up your?
I was definitely frequent with my parties, like regularly. Okay. I went like the 8 years. But what I'm saying is, my mind, things that I was closed-minded to before. I mean, I ain't doing that with no dude. Right. But like in other words, I wasn't with them. It was like a gangbang gang. So they called themselves the Black Knights. They got them in Houston. They got them in Dallas. They got them in any major. I'm sure they got a LA Black Knights.
Of course, yeah.
And those dudes go around groups of whatever number the woman wants. She can say, I want 5, I can want 10. And y'all go over there and y'all slay.
Right.
Y'all slay. Y'all be taking turns. She said, I want to be sealed. And when she said she want to be sealed, she want a fucking dick in every hole.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you put one in every hole.
You
will see. So when people tell me that women can't have sex for pleasure, I'd be like, y'all out y'all motherfucking mind. I know some women that done put teams down.
Holy smoke.
I mean, they can go.
I never heard that one, Rico. I want to be sealed.
Yeah, I want to be sealed.
Smoke.
They want to be sealed. And we got
ouch.
And they be, but that's a pro.
I bet you ain't getting this on the mothership.
But that's a pro.
Hey, shout out to shout out to E Black, because shout out E Black. I seen him put something. Yeah, this conversation. I don't know if you realize that this has been heavy. The game is to be sold, not told, bro.
Clear. I know, man. E Black said we need to put this on the Patreon.
If you got one, you should.
Yeah, I will tell you that, and these people will get up and will go to work tomorrow like ain't nothing happened. Be a lawyer, a doctor, whatever. And they'll be sitting there telling their husband, thank you, baby, I had a great time. We be leaving. And they be thanking their fucking husband because their husband is the one that set it up. Because it might be a couple we met from a party, and the fucked up part about it is we don't get paid. I don't know. It's this one dude that used to be the head of it. I don't know if he was getting paid. Maybe he was pimping us. I don't know.
Wow.
I was doing it for the fun.
Right.
But I don't know if he was getting
no learning experience, wasn't it, Rico?
Huh?
It was a learning experience.
Shit, I had a ball. I mean, for 8 years. So I wouldn't do that all the time. I think the guy's name was Marcus or something. I can't remember. But he would just call me up and he'd be like, Rico, what you doing? If I'm busy, I'm busy. All right, man. I'm like, man, call me the next time, because I might be doing something else or I just might want to do it, might not. But that was it worked for me because I didn't want a committed relationship. I had gotten divorced. I was like, fuck women, this, that, whatever. And that's all I wanted to do was have sex. But I didn't want any kind of relationship.
Right.
So for me, I was like, this is perfect. I'm just getting sex. They don't want nothing from me but sex, and I don't want nothing from them but sex. It was just purely, and it would be like every weekend, it would be random. And yes, they practice safe sex.
That's what I was going to ask you, brother. Did you have to strap up?
Everybody.
Okay.
They're very big on that.
Even on the oral side, you had to strap up?
I did, but you didn't usually. It's up to the woman. So everything is always, so there's rules. Like you be in the party, you might walk into a room, you see somebody over there fucking, and either the woman herself, sometimes a woman will come in and just tap you and grab you by the hand and just pull you off somewhere. That means she wants you. Because the woman has to, or the couple would initiate it. Because sometimes their husband will come up to you and say, you know, and they have drinks and food. So it's like a real party.
Yeah.
You're standing around with drinks, food. I stopped going to the all black ones because they would get real heavy with the weed, which wasn't a problem. But if it wasn't hosted at somebody's house, then they'd be hosted at hotels. And then some of them dudes get all weeded up, and then they start acting a damn ass. You know how we do. You know how we do.
Yeah.
So you had to realize, right? And the funny thing about it, when I first started out, I was going to them real low class parties. Hood.
Rico, what you got to tell us, all of us, even everybody in the chat, Danique Anthony, E Black, everybody in the chat, me, Rush, and Be Easy. We want to know what a low class sex party looks like, brother. What does that look like?
The hood ones, the fights get the hood ones is funny though too, right? I swear to God, the hood one, you can tell you in the hood one because you walk in, you be like, what the fuck, right? And it'd be a lot of large and in charge.
Oh, there it is.
But then I'd be like,
there it is.
At that point, right? I'd be like, well, fuck it, I'm here. So, I'm here. I ain't going home.
Attention Kmart shoppers. Attention Kmart shoppers. Large and in charge on aisle 5. Rico, you're needed on aisle 5. There's a cleanup on aisle 5, Rico.
And no, and at them parties, they be getting it in. They be getting it in. So, and that's the hood part, And I learned when I started seeing like what the cover charge was or where it's at. Then you start becoming more discerning. But when you first start out in the game, you learn it in the lifestyle and stuff like that. And then it got to a point where I remember I was doing this threesome with these two girls, and one was a black girl and one was a white girl. And
where are the white women at?
The funny thing about it was, and I was thinking to myself, oh yeah, I'm the shit. I got two. I got one black, one white. I'm this guy, this, that, whatever. And I had to stop partying with them because I would get upset because they were so much into each other, they'd neglect my ass. I mean, literally, I'd have one girl trying to do something to me, and the other girl would push her off. And and then I'm just left sitting there, and I'm like, man, fuck both y'all. It would just so you don't. It's fun, but it's not necessarily a male-dominated space. It's more of in the lifestyle. It's more of, I think, kind of like a female-dominated space. It's more about their sexual needs, but females in the lifestyle, they have a high sexual need. They're playing with multiple people. The guys, hopefully if they have a partner. So it's about what they want, and you just got to get in where you fit in. Ain't no guarantee, and your mouth game got to be up. You can't go in there just figuring, oh, I'm gonna get some. Like, no, you got to talk to these people, and they got to feel you, as right. Brother Be Easy said. They got, before she decide, okay, I want you inside me, get inside my head. And it's just, it's a lot of courtesy.
So what do you talk about when you first walk up? Oh yes, I brought my quantum physics book. I just want to go over chapter 3 where we talk about the theory of relativity.
I'll be
and
honest with
it's
you,
being
you
a
know
theory
what it
as opposed to a fact.
and the crazy
You know,
part
because I'm
about it
Rico
is,
and I only deal in facts.
it'd be a lot of small talk. It's like a lot of non-spoken energy. It's in body language. How you walk, you walk up to them and just smile. Hey, how you doing? You know, you got. It'd be a bunch of small talk. It's not
It's always small talk, bro.
small talk.
That's the key. The
That
small
shit
talk
is
just opens it, and then you carry it from that. It
a
can be
smile.
anything. Like, what type of blouse is that? Is that Vera Wang? Oh no, this is
Yeah,
this is that.
just
Oh
put
well,
bump
have
tough.
you checked it? And from there, you just gotta seal the deal. The
Yes,
ball is in your court. You just
yes,
gotta pick it up, dribble it, and shoot it
yeah,
successfully.
yeah. Oh, I like what
Hi,
you.
I'm Rico. I just want to introduce myself, and
Hey,
I did bring my calculus book, so we're gonna go over the difference between differential calculus and integral calculus, just so you can get a feel of me before I enter your wife. Thank you.
I'm just trying to be honest and transparent. And then, like I said, the parties, and then you started. So I started out the little hotel parties, and then like they up in Pennsylvania, not too far from DC, they got this place called the Farm. So people would have like huge farms and
Now that
camp
sounds
areas.
more better.
Yeah, yeah. You know, so you great as you start. So once you start in the lifestyle, you start networking. So when you start networking, then you start hearing about different parties and better parties and other venues. And the little ghetto ones still go on. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Because the large and in charge, they don't want to pay nothing. They don't want nothing upscale and like that. Then they even have they have some actually brick and mortar clubs in DC. They got some in New York, real brick and mortar clubs you go into where they got rooms and people in
Yeah,
cages
they
and
have some out here in San Francisco. I was just
yeah,
about to say you go over there, they have people that's tied up in bondage,
yeah.
Yeah, they definitely
people
have.
that you can go and like whip. They even have
Yeah,
rooms that you pay and it's just like that club, right? If you
yeah,
a single chick, they'll be like, "Come on in." They'll let you in by the dozen, but
yep,
they'll
yeah,
be favorable if you come with a woman,
yep,
you'll still have to pay because they look as the man has to pay, but
yep.
it's a premium for the single man. Like your rate is gonna be different. But even people like, let's say you in the back getting it on, Clarence, it'll be like a see-through window. Some people is just
Yeah,
gonna sit over there,
you just
and
want to
whack their
see.
willy.
Yep.
Yeah, while you handling business.
Yeah,
So
voyeurs, people who just love to
exactly
watch.
Yeah,
voyeurism.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, they love to watch. They don't want no action. They just get off watching somebody else.
Wow.
Well, to them, watching is
Yeah.
the action. You
Yep.
feel me? Because they still gonna be like touching themselves
Yep.
too. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then the exhibitionists are the ones who want to be seen by everybody. So you have your voyeurs and you have your exhibitionists, and it's just the shit is intoxicating when you get up into the mood of it. It is. You drift off into some different shit.
Okay,
It's
Reek.
almost like a high.
Reek.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I got now you to open that can. So now I got a couple of questions right here, right?
No.
All right. So I'm Rico. I just get to the party. Now, is it like a regular party where people are just like socializing for the
Yeah.
first hour or so, and then they start peeling off here and there?
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. So if it's at because the party might be like, so what they'll do is this, and I'm trying to make sure I remember because it's been some years. So you would come to the party and you usually have like your street clothes on. And then by a certain time, everybody's expected to dress down into like pajama wear
Uh
or whatever. So everybody had to get comfortable,
now wait, Rick. So do
Yeah.
you have a locker or how does that
Or
work?
even if it's a hotel, you might have your room because a lot of
Oh,
times
okay.
people have their room and then they come down to
Okay.
the party room, or either you better have a bag or something somewhere where you can store your shit. It's up to you. You responsible for that. But it'll be a certain time where they're like, okay, it might be like, okay, it's 10 o'clock. The host might go and change into their attire and they,
So that's
okay.
the signal for everybody
Yeah,
to start
everybody else need to change or
stepping
get
out.
the fuck out. You stay in the play or you can go.
Oh,
And
even after you paid?
huh?
Even after you paid to get in?
Yeah, or you gotta change. It still got
Oh,
rules.
oh,
So
okay.
you ain't got to
Yeah.
fuck nobody, but you still because you gotta make everybody comfortable.
Yeah,
So if everybody's in and like I would have, like, I used to call them my little party slacks, little pajama pants, you know, a little wife beater or something. I ain't had a beer gut that bad then. And still, like I said, I'm 5'7". I'm there, motherfuckers in there 6'2", 6'3". I'm like, I gotta wait till this nigga finish. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna get kicked first, right? But I don't worry about it. And then they be like, they would see women on me, right? They be like, little short motherfucker. Oh shit, you
Hey,
big.
bro, it just be like pickup
is.
basketball.
Right. And they be mad like, I should have got you first. I'm like, you gonna learn today.
Rico,
you know?
Danique Anthony say it's been some years. That equals 2 years ago.
If I wasn't married, right? It was before I got married. But yeah,
hey, Danique Anthony, allegedly.
Right, allegedly. But I
right.
partied, I had fun. So like I said, you would get in, you have like social hour.
Okay.
You have to change. They still had food and drink. So everybody getting a little liquored up and getting relaxed, trying to relax your inhibition. And then somebody would eventually start it off. And usually it would probably, one of the people that would be early would be the host. You know, he might take the girl, and you know, they're pretty much exhibitionists. If you're throwing a swinger party, they're pretty much so at a bare minimum, you watching people getting fucked.
Okay, so
you know, and then they'll invite somebody else in. And then that one couple see them start, then they'll go get started. You might be sitting on the couch and you look over and all of a sudden you see somebody giving somebody some head. Like, damn, you know, tap me on the shoulder.
That's what I was going to ask you, man.
Yeah, it'll just pop off all around. They don't always go into rooms. Sometimes they'll just do the shit right there.
Okay.
It's whatever they feel comfortable with. You be like, oh, let me give them some room. Slide over.
Okay.
You know, they about to use the couch. Okay. And it's just like, you know, how it would be. But then the more upscale you started going to, they would start having theme rooms, you know, kind of like Be Easy say, okay, this is gonna be the whipping space. I never got into that.
BDSM.
Yeah, I never got in it, but like people would be paddling each other. You know, they bring up. I'm like, I don't know how to do that shit. You know, there wouldn't be a lot of it where I went, but
Rico, calling Rico, you're needed in the paddling room. Rico,
I'd go in there and watch, but I don't know how. I'm like, damn, okay. You know, they getting spanked and shit. That's their thing. So it's some really interesting stuff. And then they like you said, they're normal fucking people. Yeah. They just got their kinks.
Okay, Rick. Everybody's getting down, right? You know, everybody does their thing. What does it look like when the thing starts wrapping up, man? What does it look like at that point?
I mean, it's just kind of like the end of a normal party, you know? Like it is so normal. People just start, you know, coming. Then, you know, you gotten into, you know, this is like maybe this probably 4 or 5 hours later.
Right.
You know, them parties, sometimes they go long. Some of them, I'd come outside and it's like, God damn, the sun's up.
Right.
You know, I got here 10 o'clock last night and it's now 6, 7 o'clock in the morning and don't realize you've been there all night. You know, it's, you know, but usually before then you just start to see the numbers thin out. And then sometimes people will leave, a couple will leave, but will leave with an extra person or two. So they may even come as a couple, screw there as a couple, and still might take home an extra dude or two.
Holy smoke.
You know, you know, because they had fun there. Now they want to go home and really get down. It's like, you know, so I got a lot of phone numbers, and those were people that would like call me later on, and we got a hot tub outside the back of the house. I was like, I ain't never been in a hot tub, and then next thing you know, the wife jumping on me. I was like, you know, I kind of knew what I was being called out there for. I wasn't totally surprised. It was like, come on, what the hell, you know? But I didn't, you know. But I played dumb.
No, dear. Don't call Black Buck. Call Magic Rico. Magic Rico will get the job done, dear. We have a hot tub. Tell him we have a hot tub.
And the thing
so he does the best work.
I think more so than anything else was I wasn't nothing special, but I was more than capable, and I was more than readily available. So I didn't.
And you was a part of that community too. Like you were accepted. You were accepted, a part of a community where a lot of people try to make it seem like you're just some horn dog, right? You're just some freak, and they try to make it seem bizarre when, like you said, they're just normal people that have their king. So when they say, "Oh, you're normal and kinky just like me," they want to expound upon that relationship and say, "Hey, we don't only have to meet at this party. You know what? I could get you into my club." I'm like, wow, this dude has got
Yeah.
a golf club. Like
And the
you meet some powerful networks. Because like I said, it's prestigious professionals that are doing engaged in this activity.
And my thing was, I was like, well, I ain't never seen nobody doing nothing that I ain't doing. So how the hell I'm gonna judge them? Oh, you seen it? I'm like, oh, they fucking. I'm like, I'm doing it too. I'm here participating with it. So I
Hey, a
couldn't look
bunch of
at
them have kids that they taking care of. They
Oh man,
married.
yeah.
They be having houses. I'm like, how you gonna judge them? They got a house. Some of them got yachts. They got successful jobs.
They
What,
had
how
shit
you judging
I
them?
didn't have. Yes.
Okay, fellas, I got a real question about this. This is serious. This is serious. Rico, you experienced all this, but do you think that some marriages were actually saved by this? Did it actually benefit some of the people to experience something like that together?
I think so. I mean, the biggest thing, and from all the couples I know would tell you, it's about trust. They had trust between each other. And I've seen them with long 20, 30-year marriages, no jealousy, none of that, and there was there was just one couple I used to play with where sometimes the wife would come over to my house by herself, but her husband knew. Her husband knew. It was like, yeah, she'd be like, I'm gonna go see Rico. I was like, yeah, come. I can't even remember her name.
Ain't nothing out this late but the devil.
Huh?
Yeah.
Ain't nothing out this late but the devil.
Yeah. But I mean, there was some and then there was oftentimes he would bring her. But then if he had to work late.
Wait. What? The husband would bring her to your house.
Yeah.
So that you could smash her up.
Yeah.
Just trying to make sure we all on the same page.
Yes.
Okay.
And hold on, bro, Clarence, I got this. So when he would bring her,
he watched.
So he was physically there. He didn't just bring her and drop her off. He would bring her and come in.
Oh,
Hey, Rico, how's it going?
Dropping her off.
He stayed. He'd stay.
Oh, he stayed.
He
Okay.
He stayed and watched. When I called friends, I'd be like, "Oh, you want?" And I call friends, and he watched 2, 3 of us get down with it.
Nice.
So what was the initial exchange like? Like when you first came, you shake his hand. Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah.
And then do you invite them for drinks, dinner, or is it just straight down to business?
Sometimes, and she liked wine, so she would bring it because I didn't drink no wine there. I was like, I'm just gonna say her name was Tammy because I can't remember what. I was like, Tammy, bring some wine, whatever. I don't have none of that shit here. Half the time I barely had enough beer because every time I bought it, me and my boys drank it as fast as we bought it. So I'd have to run that damn. I would tell one of my friends, I'd call, motherfucker, you gonna at least bring a 12-pack.
Right.
I gotta have something to give them, right? And you can pay for a 12-pack of beer. And so we'd have I knew them. This was not like a one and done. I knew them. Right. I would mess with her off and on for about 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, she was just like in the rotation. She was good. She was a pharmacist. I forgot what her husband did. I know that's what she did. And we were like friends. So I'm not gonna say we were friends because obviously I met her through the lifestyle. But when you keep having sex with somebody like that, you develop a friendship.
I mean, that's what I would think, man. Obviously,
you can't avoid
maybe not love, but maybe definitely develop some. Some type of feelings for the person, right?
So I knew she was a pharmacist, so sometimes I would call her and ask her about medicine and shit. Yeah. Because I knew that's what she did, and she was a friend of mine.
And this is what people don't. There's a tricky thing about the word relationship. As soon as they say that, people only think about they go to wife or girlfriend. It's just like they stop there. However, when you filling out an application and they say, what is your relationship to this person? Mm-hmm. They have all sorts of options, right? Wife, girlfriend, friend, mother, etc. All of those are relationships. Family is a relationship. Friendship is a relationship. So even though you say you're friends, people only regard relationships once it's like a committed type of union. But your friendship is a relationship. That swinging lifestyle, you
Yeah.
have a relationship with those people. You know, it may not be the same as it is with your wife, but it's still a relationship that you need to work on cultivating. And if you want it to flourish, right? So like you said, you drink a little wine with them, Netflix and chill with them. That's, making basically the relationship stronger. You're building a like a deeper foundation, right? So I think people need to just focus on, the power of a relationship, not just necessarily it being your wife, even your boss, right? If you work at a job, that's your relationship, is that this person is your employer. Now they can be a friend too, but initially your relationship may be an employer or a family member or something. So
And what
the fact that you were friends is a big thing.
and what people fail to realize is this too: if you're going to repeatedly keep having sexual intimacy with a person more and more, the friendship makes the sex better.
Okay.
It actually gets better because I'll be honest. I mean, I'm plowing and I'm pounding her, but I'm really trying to
Easy.
please her because I want her to be happy. I mean, I wanted her to be happy sexually, but she at the same time was trying to please me.
Right.
She really was. She was like, she was really trying. She was making sure that every time I got off,
Right.
and I did. So for that, and wanting to maintain that friendship and that relationship, not a relationship. Because like I said, she did with her husband. I'm trying to get to know her. What do you like? Just that and whatever. And when I even with the bigger community, they would have fucking cookouts. Now we ain't fucking out in the park.
Okay, right,
But they would
right.
have cookouts. So they would actually say, hey, I'm having a party over at my house. I'm cooking ribs, this, that, and whatever. So occasionally you would get together. Now, if you did it at somebody's house, something was almost always guaranteed to pop off. You had
Okay.
to cook out with a bunch of swingers at a private residence, somebody going somewhere and going to pop off a party.
Okay.
But in a public
Yeah.
place, it's like,
And
okay,
that's that
we at a
community
park.
building right there.
Yeah, it just was.
And the
Okay.
hierarchy too. That's how you establish the hierarchy, right?
Hierarchy,
Like
yeah.
let's say I threw a party, right? But mine was kind of one of the the hole in the wall where the Mandingo warriors came through.
Yeah.
But then Rico throw a party at his lavish condo, right? He's established it and cemented himself in the hierarchy, right? Like it's levels to this. We're in the same community,
Yep.
but it's like Rico
Levels.
is a higher ranked figure in this same
Yeah.
community.
Yes, that's that's perfect because it was a guy named Q, and I was like, okay, and you want, oh hey Rico, so I needed to get a relationship with him, so at least as parties go around, my name gets around, people can vouch for me. Hey, he's a good dude, he's solid, things like that. So it really matters, because people are like a little, especially you going in new spaces, people like, what's up with this dude? Because
Yeah.
you do, okay, you would run into some grimy people that would come
Right.
through and just do some real grimy shit. Because people like new to the lifestyle, like you said, they thinking it's just a horn dog fest, or they're not respecting the rules about how to approach women. And some dudes, because they get aroused, they get aggressive.
Right.
And it's like, no, you gotta watch that aggression shit.
So you saying, Brother Rico, that they had even though it was a lifestyle that was open to sexual options, they still had a culture whereby they had some cultural norms that everybody just kind of respected, and so that things wouldn't get out of hand, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Like I said, there are rules and cultural norms, and the big things about the respect and the safety of the women.
Yes.
Obviously, anytime they don't want to do something or they want something to stop,
Yeah.
you normally, like I said, they're being watched by a bunch of people. So if you tried to push it, several
Yeah.
motherfuckers will snatch your ass up.
Right. Right.
So but still, you get some dudes, they might get too drunk.
Right.
So you do have to watch that. But then, like I said, if you see the slightest of anybody crossing the line, their ass get sold out, never to be and banned and shunned from the lifestyle or the
Right.
community, because it's just not cool.
Right.
It's
All
just
right,
not.
y'all.
That never was my issue. So
Yeah, I see that, brother. I see that.
I mean, it was
It
just
was a
it
hot
was so
commodity.
fun, and they were so
Hot commodity.
welcoming. It was like you just had to be a real asshole to do something like that. But it did some dudes that would.
Honey, who do you think we should invite first for our party? Rico. Definitely Rico. Definitely Rico. All right, y'all. I got a story for y'all. I got another story for y'all. This one's gonna be real funny. Okay, so every year, man, me and my wife would go, and my boys would go out to San Diego to spend Thanksgiving or Christmas weekend with my wife's sister and her family, and her family, right? So she was married to this cat. So we were both ball players, man. So every time we went down there, man, we would head to the hoop court. We would tell them, hey, man, we're going to the hoop court. We see y'all later. You know what I'm saying? So we'd go out there and we'd hoop and play games. So one time I came out there and we was hooping, right? And you know how when you first get to the court, maybe about 12:30, 1 o'clock, dudes don't start trickling in until about 2 or 3, right? So we was just there by ourselves shooting around. So my brother-in-law approached me and said, hey, man, what would you do if somebody offered you, they said, hey, man, you can have sex with me. A fine girl offered you, said, hey, you can have sex with me. I don't want nothing, just have sex with me. I said, brother, I've been in enough trouble. I don't need no more trouble. I said, I don't need no more trouble, right? So I'm going at like that, right? So anyway, he's like, you mean you wouldn't take that opportunity? I said, nah, not at this point, man. I wouldn't take that opportunity. He said, well, I am, man. I am. I said, what you mean you are? He said, man, look, I'm in this group, like what you're talking about, Rico. I'm in this group, and that's what we do. And then once he said he got another opportunity throughout that group, Rico, he got another opportunity to make some money. He said, I'm even making money. I said, what you mean you making money? He said, this girl has her own, she has her own prawn business where she makes her own prawn from home. And she said, and I had never heard this term before. She said, all I need is a stunt dick. I said, stunt dick? What's a stunt dick? He said, that's just you bring a hard one over there and you work and then you go. That's it. I said, that's it. That's it. So he was telling me about all of this that was going down, right? So I was like, man, wow, you know what I mean? A few years later, it all came out in the wash. Because man, if you tell me something, I'm gonna leave it like, hey, we just talked to, like me and Rico have conversations. You guys ain't never gonna hear about it because we ain't come out here. Oh, talking to Rico yesterday. We talk all the time, right? So, but if we talk about something, I'm gonna leave it right there, unless you bring it up and you want to talk about it. And even on a public platform like this, I'd even say, hey, Rico, hold on, right? So, but I'm saying, so I didn't say nothing for a few years. I let it go, right? It all came out in the wash, man. It was talking about ugly situation, man. Ugly situation. The wife found out, man, but she stayed. She stayed because he was making so much money. He was
stunting.
Huh?
He made so much money stunting.
No. That was on the side. He made money because at the time he was doing the stunting. He was going to school to be an electrical grid designer, where you design electrical grids for like a development. That's what he was going to school for, right? So by the time all this came out, he had graduated, man. And when he graduated, man, I mean, he had a stack of letters this high saying, hey, come here, we'll pay you 160, we'll pay you 170, we'll pay you 180, we'll pay you 190. So ended up going out to Tennessee, getting paid like 160 G's a year, setting up grids out there, man. I mean, just making ridiculous money. And in Tennessee, that kind of money, man. I mean, man, in California, you can multiply that by 3. You know what I'm saying? That's how much you can buy, out here. If you
in San Francisco, 160 is low income.
Right. Yeah, same thing out here in LA. You know what I mean? Out here in LA, 160, you barely getting by, right? You better not have more than one child, right? So anyway, all the stuff blew up on him, man. Pow, 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 pow. He was out of the house for about a month or so. But he finally came back, and then, like I said, so you know what he had to do to make it gloss it all over? He had to buy a brand new house, brand new car, brand new everything, everything, brand new bed, brand new everything. But like I said, that was the cost of him doing what he did, and I was like, because you know how, like you said, he was one of them type of dude, ex-military, ex-marine. He was one of them type of dudes, man, very aggressive, very arrogant type of dude, right? Very arrogant type of dude, but very sexually charged. He was a very sexually charged type of guy, right? So, women were always drawn to the dude. He wasn't a good looking guy at all, man. But women were always drawn to him because he knew how to put sexual tension out on them. And they would be drawn to him. The ones that was biting on it would be coming in, kind of like a pimp, right? But my point in all that is to say that, it cost him a lot dealing with that and not telling the wife.
So let me ask you a question.
Huh?
Let me ask you a question. How the hell he get caught?
He got caught because I think she went through his phone one day. I think he was getting some messages on his phone
So
one
he's
day.
being sloppy.
And and then this is when cell phones was first out. You couldn't have a code and all that.
Right.
Whatever it ring, you just ring, right? So he got caught with that, got sloppy with that, and then it turned into because they had done some stuff, before. They had done some things together. They had went to like some of the stuff you talk about.
And she was a whole side chick with a whole relationship too.
Who, the wife?
No, the girl.
Oh yeah, the girl. Yeah, maybe she was, but
right.
I mean, he had.
He wasn't transactional.
They kind of had got into that together, right. but the wife didn't want to pursue it no more, but he did. So he
so the wife got into the life with him.
Yeah, they had did some things before. Right. They had did some things before similar to that. I mean, he didn't go into it with her, but they had did some things similar to that.
And that's where you don't do well because, like you said, if one wants to get out, the other got to get out, and they got to get out. If one sticks his toe, so one can't be in and one can't be out.
Right.
It just. That's cheating. That's, it's like all the ones I deal with. No, they were both fully 100% vetted in it, the whole 9 yards. And those relationships lasted a long time, was rock solid in every kind of way. And you couldn't break their ass up if you wanted to. And it's like, oh man, I'm like, you know how many dicks she done had? your little bit of one ain't gonna hang out. And that's really weird would be. It's like, so dude would be so secure in himself because he'd be like, we've been doing this for 10, 15 years, bruh.
She ain't gone nowhere.
And you think you gonna come and you gonna wow with that? You crazy. Because I see what she's had, and she still comes home to me every day. So I was like, damn, that is kind of pretty good. Because that's most dudes' normal fear. Somebody gonna go out there, put it down on her good, and she gone.
Of course.
So you've been in life.
That's a level of confidence, leadership, masculinity, and dominance.
Yep.
But you don't want to associate with that because we so simple-minded that we only associate masculinity with being that Mandingo warrior. But how is that not masculine for some dude to pump and dump his chick and she still come back? Now, is it ideal? No, but I mean, he's still exhibiting a level of leadership and masculinity that she's coming back to. And while some may see it as unfathomable, for some other people it's beneficial, right? It's not for everybody, right? Not everybody. The lifestyle is an acquired taste. So am I supposed to look at Rico and say that he's less of a man because he has a specific sexual proclivity? Or can I look at a man and say, man, you've been with your wife 20 years and you ain't never cheated. You less of a man. Where could you draw the line, right? A dude that's swinging, he's less of a man. A dude that, I'm trying to say, like, it's all subjective. So I'm just essentially saying there's different ways to exert yourself as a man, right? Yes, you can dominate sexually, but if you're not doing it intellectually and intelligently, the sex simply is not going to last. It's not going to be enough.
when I was doing it, it actually opened. Remember, I kept saying, you know, the options in my mind, and one of the options that I pondered was, would I be able to do it with my wife? And before going into it, I would have always said a resounding no. But after a couple of years into it, I was like, I think I could. Now, of course, I've never done it with a spouse. I ain't never asking none. But I've learned through watching them and seeing how it goes. And like I said, I've seen couples of all ethnicities. So initially, I went into a small amount. Oh, that's just what I'm.
Hey, where are the white women at?
But I learned, like, no, there were a lot of black couples that had husbands, and lots of them. Like the first parties I went to, it was nothing but them. That was, you know, letting the old lady go to Pound Town. And over time, I started seeing, and like I said, I have nothing but the utmost respect for those guys, even to this day. And I sit there and say to myself, like, damn, you know, so when you start to see it and you start to see it, and then you see the affection.
Hold on, Rico. Let me ask you this. Did you ever, was there ever any moment where you were in there and you looked and said, oh, this dude is less of a man because he got his wife here? Because there were couples, right? Did you see the dudes as like a failed leader for bringing his wife into that lifestyle? Did you ever look at any husband and say, this dude is, you know, a cuckold in a disparaging way? Like, man, I could never be this way. You know, just basically, yeah.
But I never did.
Did you ever have any moments like that?
I never did. It's
and
weird.
Why is that exactly? Like, why didn't you feel the need to disrespect or see them as less of men?
Why did I not?
Yes.
I guess because I got to know them. You know what I'm saying? That you know, because obviously, even, you know, I got to know them as a person, and it just never. I always had that thought and opinion before I ever stepped into it. You know, before I ever went to any event, anything. That's what I always thought. Man, that's crazy, right? But from the time I got into it, talking to them, I just never saw them as anything less than the same thing that I am, and I still do today.
I literally was about to say, did you see him like, hey, he kind of just like me?
Yeah. And, you know, and I've never done it, but I'm like, no, this dude is just a regular dude. And actually, I saw them being more sexually liberated than even I was. And I found myself learning stuff from them, which was really kind of wild, because they were more confident. And at the same time, he might be like, yeah, she over there getting Pound Town, but guess what? He next door pounding somebody else's.
Yeah.
So
they go,
it's not,
Rico, do they go and check on each other? They make sure they're
out
good?
every so often. You good? Yeah, okay, all right, go back, have fun. I'm going on back somewhere else and having fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Because ultimately they know whatever time it ends, they know they going back to each other. And then let me just add.
Yeah,
Let me just add this, since this is the truth chamber. Could you speak on how important it is to tell the truth? I'll tell you this from someone that's been in the streets and engaged in activities. When you dealing with these 304s, they like for you to be truthful, bro. Doesn't matter that it's gonna hurt them, right? They may not want to hear it, but they want the ugly truth more than a beautiful lie. So when you're dealing with these lifestyle and swingers, they didn't lie to themselves. They looked in the mirror and said, I know what I am, right? And then they had to have that conversation with their wife. So of course, you know, it doesn't mean that no one ever told a lie in their life, but how important is truth, you know, implemented into the lifestyle, you know, being truthful with your partner, being truthful with yourself.
It's the ultimate. It's the ultimate. And that is the one thing, yes, about them. They are open, honest, truthful, and transparent about anything and everything. I've never been lied to by any of them. They are truthful to a fault because they're confident with themselves. They're comfortable with who they are. And they make you comfortable being around them.
Bro,
When
if you
you're
could talk to
around
your wife
people,
about swinging, I think
huh?
y'all can talk about anything, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely,
You're right. You're right. It's like if you can do
definitely,
that, you can
definitely.
do anything. Yeah.
I mean, there's no conversation that's off the. If you really think about how awkward and uncomfortable, like I'm assuming that you may not know if she's with that lifestyle or not. But if you want to pull her to side, like, baby, you know what? I've been thinking about this. How do you like? That's a kind of awkward and initially uncomfortable conversation. But if you could break the ice on that, y'all shouldn't really be having communication issues, right? If you
No, you
embrace
shouldn't.
that
Yeah,
truth,
Yeah, you shouldn't.
yeah,
what you
You can
guys
talk
think
sure.
about
about
Yeah, you
that?
get to the root of the issue.
it.
Yeah,
And that
definitely.
might be why, like I said, a lot of them that I know had 20, 30-year marriages, you know. The only the only thing, like you said, where I would see if any of them ever had any concern, because like I said, one thing, see, swinging is one thing, but then sometimes, and it's usually a woman, they would try to add a person to their relationship and do
Ah,
the poly thing.
okay,
So then there may be some jealousy, but within their relationship, not with people outside. So if the
okay,
guy got two women, so he's got the wife and then he gets a girlfriend, you know,
right.
um, and
They trying to change the terms of the
yeah,
policy. Like
and
swinging is one specific
thing.
policy. Now they trying to add interest on it. Like, no, no,
Yeah,
that ain't the policy
but
we agreed to.
yeah,
You
but
know?
whenever they stayed the couple of two, they go out part and then they would go home together, flawless, flawless. And I only seen a few where maybe the dude got greedy and decided, oh, they want to, like, dude, just play with her and send her ass home.
Right.
Don't even try to introduce her into your whole life. And then you're gonna get the first wife gonna get jealous or something other like that. It's
Yeah.
just unnecessary. Um,
Hey, do you
it's-
think the
mhm.
excitement of it, because there's
Yeah.
there's psychological statistics, to talk about, the dopamine levels and the euphoric nature of this type of experience. Do you think that sometimes people that can hinder some people from actually working on bettering their relationships, because they can say, man, I could just always go to this party and kind of release myself, but then they don't work on still basically dedicating themselves to whatever union they have, whether it be a relationship, just a boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, or whatever. Do you think that sometimes, just due to the excitement of that and knowing that I could always, it's almost like a kind of, I would say, a coping mechanism, right? I could always fall back on this to cope from my inadequacies in my relationship versus working on them. Do you think it could almost be like a crutch, right? What do you think about that, Rico?
You muted, Rick.
Sorry. All right. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if I could say that they was over reliant on falling back on the party, because I never of all the couples I saw in the lifestyle, I never saw one of them at the party without the other. So even if I said I'm gonna fall back on they would never, they would always come together. And it made me think about something, be easy. One thing that, right, like, really, because it's funny, and when I start thinking back on it, some of the dudes that was in the couples, I actually started looking up to them. And I think a lot of guys there did, especially single guys, because what was funny about it, think about it. You know how you were saying earlier about with the dude going to the party with the dime escort, right? Now imagine you the dude coming to the party with the dime swinger way. Every motherfucker in that party is looking up to you like, dude. I mean, because everybody, and anybody that feel lucky enough to get a shot at her, gonna kiss your ass to be your best friend, hoping that they're gonna get you. Seriously, because dudes were coming in with that 10-piece, and motherfuckers would be like, damn, you be blown away. And it's like, yeah, it's some H9s and 10s out there at that party.
That's what I was going to ask you, brother.
Oh, you best believe it.
Because Howard Stern told it like this. Howard Stern made it sound like, hey, man, you know, it's the bottom of the barrel, man. You know what I mean? Attention Kmart shoppers. Attention Kmart shoppers.
Like I said, it depends on its levels and then to the party. It is, you know, and you know, some of them be older. I'm not gonna say they be no 10s and in their 20s.
Right.
But I'm saying they be their 10s in their 30s and 40s. And maybe that's the thing because they've gotten older.
Right.
That's the knock.
But for most men, that doesn't matter. A lot of men truly have never had a 10, right? We gotta really put this into context, Rico. It doesn't matter if she's older because a 10 is still a 10. I'm not saying that the older 10 is as valuable as the younger 10, but dudes like to lie on their penis, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Dudes be lying. They be saying, see, in those parties, when you see a 9 or a 10, you can truly see what a 9 and 10 is. On the internet, dudes that say, I got a 9 and 10. Yeah, virtually she's a 9 and 10 with those filters and makeup. But when I see her in person, I'm like, wow, she's average at best. You know what I'm saying? So dudes really don't be smashing 9s and 10s like they say. So I just wanted to put that out.
But you see a guy coming there, it could be a banging ass 8, 9, and you literally will look at that guy like, that's the motherfucking Mac. You know, it's something about that. And he's so confident. He like, yeah, I'm bringing this bad bitch in here. I'm gonna let her get her fix, and I'm still taking her home, and I'm gonna dig it out all the rest of the night, tomorrow, whenever I fucking want. Y'all get to enjoy it tonight. I get to enjoy it every day. And they'll be like, man, look, call me, man, call me. You know what I'm saying? You know, you would be like, hey, yeah, call me, man. If you need anything, call me. You know, I never hear from the motherfucker because I'm like, because what she'd have a Rolodex of dick. Now, most of them over 6 feet tall, so I'm always fucking missing the cut.
Right.
You know, but she would have a Rolodex of the baddest dudes she could have.
Obviously.
And I'm just hoping one day, okay, all of them busy, and they'll get down to my name on the list. But that's, you know, that's what it. So and those,
Rico, you've been called up from the D League. Rico,
yeah, I know.
Rico, suit up, Rico.
I'll put you in. Coach gonna put you in the game.
You finally gonna hit the court, Rico.
But you know, and in those, and it made me think about it. Be Easy made me think about it. It's like, you know, in all the other ways, I just, you know, I look like them as regular dudes that I have the full utmost respect for. But then when that guy would come in there with that banger, she could be 50 or 60, and motherfuckers would be like, good God almighty. And can go to town. And she might be, I've seen some 55, almost 60. They've been swinging for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
They've been partying for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And so she put in work, body still good, got all her little surgery, little Botox shit, whatever.
Yeah.
And got skills and talent. And dude might be, he all spray tanned up and, you know, little buffed up white boy and shit. And he letting her get
the
her
white women at?
Yeah.
And it would just be wild like that. And we just go off to the next thing.
All right, Rick, let me ask you this question, brother. So you in there, man, you put your thing down, bam, 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 right? You get done, right? Does the husband come in and say, thank you, Rico, that was pretty nice, give me a high five? Or what? How does that interaction go? Is it like banging my wife?
Unless the husband's there. Like I said, when I had interactions at the house, or I go to their house, the husband's there. So you finish, then he go over there and like, oh baby, and they usually be talking to him. I bullshit you not. They'll be talking to him while you doing it. Yeah, you be doing it. And they'll come up to him and they be asking them questions like, you like it? You like it? And they be asking. I'm like, what? You know, you doing your thing from behind. And the husband be like, kiss her on the cheek and leave.
Oh, damn.
They would ask because it's the thing is, you're like you're wanting to see her pleased,
right.
and
I get
she's
that.
being, and some of them they be like, "Thank you, honey, thank you." They be crying to their husband like, "Thank you." He's like, "I told you, baby." He gave her a gift.
Yeah,
He gave her a gift,
I
and
gave you the Rico experience.
she's
You should
been
be happy.
released. She's releasing whatever she needs to release, and that woman go home. I love you.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna submit to you.
I'm telling
I
you,
just came from Pound Town,
you
and I'm gonna submit to you.
yes,
Think about the crazy dynamics of that.
the dynamic of it.
Okay, so let's put the what do you call that thing where you give a notice before something? Let's put out some
Disclaimer.
disclaimer. Thank you, Reek. Let's put out a disclaimer. None of us are suggesting this lifestyle for anyone. It's something
Absolutely.
that you should check out for yourself.
Yeah.
We're not suggesting any of this. Rico is just allegedly telling us some things about his alleged past. So this is not like Will Smith and Jada. We are not encouraging you to go out there and live this lifestyle, but we're just talking about some of the things that went on in this lifestyle because we think it's interesting. And Rico tells a
Simply
good
put,
story.
the only lifestyle I'd advocate for is the one you are currently living. That's it.
You know what? I advocate for the lifestyle that supports you.
Yeah, that
If
you are
you're in the
currently living.
lifestyle, if you're in a lifestyle where you feel like, hey, everything is going my way and everything is going the other person's way and they're getting what they want, and it's kind of like what Rico was talking about at the camp, right? That's what's happening over there because they're doing everything together, right? But if you can get that without going to a camp like that, you know what I'm saying? Hey, do your thing, because that is definitely not for everybody. Most people have too much jealousy to do something like that. So,
but
I'm just
it's just to speak on this fact of there are alternative lifestyles out there in the world. There's no one size fits all, and you don't have to, like, I'm not in that lifestyle anymore. That's a lifestyle I was in the past, but I will never knock it. And I don't think people that are not in that lifestyle should knock it any more than they knock us in our traditional monogamous heterosexual lifestyle. They don't look, even when I was in it, they don't look on, monogamous relationships with scorn. They don't go like, oh, they don't look at us with scorn, so we shouldn't look at them with scorn. That's the way they want to live. That's the way they want to live.
Right.
And that's all I would promote. We can't think of them as lesser than, because they're not. They just don't.
Well, gentlemen, let us get to some final thoughts here, because Rico, you took me all off of my program, man. But I'm glad you did, man. I'm glad you did, man. A very interesting conversation.
It was no more than what your title said you were talking about anyway. All them fit in.
Is it still Magic Rico or Swinging Rico or Swinging Magic Rico?
Magic Rico. Attention, Rico. You requested at the front of the party.
No. But I mean, I think it's good, that we, like I said, this was an adult conversation. It was an honest conversation, transparent, no bullshit, no lies. People can start to at least, and I know I'm not the only one in the community or in these YouTube streets that have dibbled and dabbled in that. Of course not. I'm just willing to talk about it.
Right.
And I think if more people did talk about it, it's not too, again, like I said, I'm out of it. And I don't want to go back in it. It's, it doesn't fit my lifestyle today. But if you're
here's
going
Rick, here's the reason why most people won't talk about it is because they're not doing it with the partner. They doing it either the female's doing it alone
secretly,
or the male is doing it alone. That's rare that they're doing it together.
It's not that truth element.
Because I feel like if you're gonna do something like that, the best way to do it is to do it together. At least you're together. You can watch out for each other's safety, et cetera, et cetera. All right, I'm sorry, Rico. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I'm just saying, I'm glad that, and even with the conversation we were talking about before, when we were talking about the prostitution, the legality, the illegality, these conversations need to at least be talked and given the dignity, the respect, the depth that it deserves. Because people talk about them on a surface level and don't know what the hell they're talking about. Brother B Easy came in and he broke us down on that game.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will sit back
Allegedly.
because allegedly, because they don't know anything about that game, right. And they'll just like, oh, it's this, it's that. And I'm like, motherfucker, you don't know. Right. Either if you wasn't pimping or selling or tricking, how do you know what any of the three parties dynamic is doing? You don't know. Right. So unless you're gonna tell me you was a John, you was a prostitute or a pimp, how do you know what the dynamic of that relationship is? And ignorant people make ignorant statements. So it's better that, like I said, I had the experience on the lifestyle. So I just told y'all mine, and everybody's a little bit different. So you got a peep into one person's time. Brother B Easy gave us an alleged spin on another thing. Right. But with the seriousness and the depth that it deserves in the conversation. Right. And that's what I think is important. So great conversation like always.
Same here, brother.
Titles, I didn't know what the hell it was going to be like, but I'm glad I cammed up.
I'm sure him, man. I'm sure him. You made the party tonight,
and
man.
I hope, I hope somebody catch it on the replay and pick up and be like, something I said might trigger something in somebody's mind. And if they are doing it without their significant other, they might be saying like, you know what the hell am I doing? It is about trust, and or if you were ashamed of it as a male or female, know that there are men out there that I don't look down on any woman in the lifestyle.
Right.
I know women like sex for pleasure the same as men. They'll tell them, oh, that makes you a 304. It doesn't. It makes you alive.
Right.
If you want sex for satisfaction, that's called being alive.
Right.
That ain't a 304. Same as a man. As we said, can't keep that dog in, because when he get up, he get the itch. His ass is out in that yard, 304.
Right.
Male or female dog. It's called being alive. So don't let people think, and if you don't want to be committed and you want to dabble in the lifestyle and really be pleased, it can be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Hit Rico up. Rico is on all he's on all the club literature. He's on the board. He's on the board, and
I'm retired. I'm out the game. But that's my thought.
He's on the Supreme Court.
No, that's my thought. We'll pass it over to Brother B Easy.
Brother Be Easy, man. Thank you, Rico, so much, man. Appreciate you for that, brother. Okay, Brother Be Easy. It takes a lot to come on the stage and tell your life, tell stories about your life, man. It takes a lot, man. So I appreciate Brother Rico, man. If there's any way y'all could, just thank him, get at him and say thank you, Brother Be Easy. What's happening, man?
Man, what's
As
happening,
we say out
bro?
here on the West Coast.
Yeah, what's happening? Yeah, so this was definitely an extremely heavy conversation, and bro, let me take a little bit to get this all out, bro, Clarence, because
take your time, brother.
Because, bro, seriously, I don't think you really know the impact. Brothers like yourself and Rico, I'll say you specifically because I'm on your platform, because typically, like the experiences and the alleged testimony that Rico was given, most people would already hear them, and then just because they don't agree with it, they'll look at them like some horn dog and some sexual freak. When we're giving this conversation the reverence that it needs, we're not saying that I'm advocating for this. I'm saying I've been in this, right? So I'm speaking from experience. It's no different from a soldier that went to Iraq and got a bunch of bodies under his belt. He's not telling you to go be a sniper and to endure this PTSD, but let me give you the experience and testimony from what I've actually done and seen. And typically when you do that and try to have an honest discussion, then people want to simply judge you. So a lot of my experiences that I've been through that I don't necessarily try to glorify, but I still have lived them. I still have committed them. I can get into a whole nother segment of what I regret and what I praise, you know what I'm saying? And I could say, oh, this I was proud of, this I wasn't. But whether I
Yeah,
was proud or not, I've still done it. So certain things I say, it's ultimately not to be like, yeah, I did this and yeah, I had that. It's like, hey, look, I did this. I'm giving you all the information. You make a concerted and conscious decision on what you actually want to do. But typically, I'm glad that you have a platform, and I'm comfortable enough coming up with brothers like you, because
thank you, bro.
usually when I start
Same here.
talking about, you know, start speaking on that type of ism, bro, like people start to kind of demonize it. Oh, you just that, you just that. But like what Rico said was so powerful, bro. If you wasn't in this particular lifestyle, whether it was swinging, whether it was, you know what I'm saying, 304, and if you wasn't a pimp, if you wasn't a hoe, if you wasn't sending hoes, if you wasn't a John, what are you speaking about? You
Yeah,
speaking about something that someone else told you, or something that you
yeah,
read in a book. And
yeah,
and you read in the something that you read in a book, they didn't even live that. So you know what I'm saying? Like, people need to be open to disagreement too, and hearing from other stuff. I don't need to be a swinger to accept Rico's testimony, right?
right.
I don't need to be a gangbanger to listen to this gangbanger story. And shout out to the stream that you did the other day with the
Oh,
gentleman that was in the prison, right?
yeah,
Should I look
16
at
to life.
him? No,
Good
so
dude.
should I look at him as like an irredeemable thug? Like, wow, he went to prison. He's
Yeah,
just a hard head knucklehead. No, like that's not all he is, right? Shout out to Andre Taylor, but it's like, before you could be a pimp, you got to be a man. Acronym
yeah,
for man is master all nature. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's not, I'm not just only this. So let's just say I am an athlete, or basketball player. Am I only a basketball player? No, I'm a basketball player. I'm a father. I'm this and this and that. So, they try to stick these labels, and you're a swinger. Is that all I am? You know what I'm saying? I'm a husband. I'm a see. Like, it's layered. It's very nuanced. It's an intricate discussion. But typically, when you tell your experiences that people don't agree with, they try to label you and put you in a box. So I appreciate you for not having judgment. You know what I'm saying? And you recognize that I wasn't advocating for any of my past behavior
yeah.
or
None of us.
experiences. I'm not saying, hey, since I did this, this is the way to go. If you think it is
Yeah,
the way to go, you think it's the way to go. Don't say that I told you it's the way to go. I
yeah,
told you the ins and the outs of it, right? You can make a lot of money selling dope, right? And then you could also go to jail for life, and you can get killed, and you can lose. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna tell you the whole complete story. So I appreciate this the truth chamber. It allows you
yeah.
to like fully express, and then we sharpen in the iron live, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, when I'm asking these questions, and bro Clarence is coming with these epic sidebar stories. All of these I'm like, bro, I'm gonna send you a sound effect. You need a little story at time sound effect. Because, bro,
Hey, man.
you got
Get it, brother.
so many little stories. It's crazy. I'm like, man, is he gonna ever run out of stories? But they all be
Man, I
relevant
got too
and
many, brother.
pertinent to the discussion. And I just be like, bro, I had an experience like that, or I know someone that experienced. So those sidebar stories are really very important to the discussion. And then I also want to shout out uh Clarence and Rico again. Shout out Rush too, but
Yeah, shout out to Rush.
especially y'all being very open about you know what I'm saying, your personal stuff, right? Like, no one was forcing you or pressuring you to say that stuff, but I know that you felt that it could impact someone, right? And
Yeah,
it could help people. Like, if you Lord willing, but like, if you pass tomorrow, bro, Rico, how much knowledge would you have just passed away with, right?
uh,
It's just like money, right? You can't take it with you, bro. You can't take this knowledge with you. Why are you not going to give it out? And knowledge is timeless, bro. Somebody is going to be looking at this 10 years and say, I don't know who this Rico dude or Clarence dude is, but they was cooking. right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to do that? Your knowledge and your contributions that you're giving, that's part of your legacy too. This ain't just like a simple stream or just a bunch of niggas talking. Like, no, this is some heavy game that you won't find on mainstream media. You won't find on a, not trying to get you in trouble, but you won't find on the mothership. You know what I'm saying?
Right
I'm not
now,
saying
man.
I'm not saying these other outlets won't give you substantive information. What I'm saying is this level of unfiltered rawness and being able to dig in on these discussions, right? Like, these are kind of uncomfortable conversations. So I think, like, the panelists that come and represent don't
Yeah.
get enough praise, but bro,
Yeah.
Clarence, for you facilitating this, bro, like, this is definitely very impactful. I don't care if one person is watching or 20 or 2,000, it's still out there into
Yeah.
the universe. And I'm actually, if you don't mind, like, I'll share it and put it on my Facebook and stuff like that. I know sometimes people get a little tight about that, but it's like, bro, this needs to really get out there. Because I all I hear most of the time is people just bickering. You know what I'm saying? Black women won't submit. Da, da, da. I'm like, okay, bro. Like,
I know.
are we gonna have any conversations that move forward? Like, some of the
Right.
stuff is just beating a dead horse. And one thing, at least about you, Clarence, I see when you give a topic, it may be a topic that's been done 1,000 times, but
Right.
it's never beating a dead horse on your streams, right? We always attack it from a different angle. And y'all could just chime back in on what I'm saying, because this was pretty dope.
What's the great thing about it, though, Brother Be Easy, is, I mean, first of all, you come off as a man much wiser than your years have lived. You do, and you fit right in with the conversation.
Right.
Sometimes I hear listen to you talk, and I feel like you one of my peers in age.
Right.
And that's pretty impressive. When you hear a young man talk, as thoughtful and as with as much depth, and integrity of a conversation than you do. It's not all that cackling, kiki buffoonery. You don't, you speak about serious subjects very seriously. And that's where I think we're lacking in a lot of our conversations in our community is people don't speak about serious topics. We take complex problems and try to come up with simple solutions. So I definitely want to thank you and admire you for that.
Yes.
Yes. Just the way you speak of every time I've heard you and Brother Rush come up here and talk. Brother Rush have us laughing, but he's also he'll just have it in a more comical way, but he's deep about what he's talking about. And I know when it's me, you, Rush, and Clarence, ain't gonna be no lies. We all gonna speak and tell the truth. Nobody's BSing. Nobody's trying to make themselves seem bigger than what they are. I love the way, Brother Rush and you will push back on me and Clarence, and me and Clarence the other day was like, what? And he was like, no, this is what they doing nowadays. I was like, oh, really? I didn't think they was, because me and Clarence learned some stuff from y'all.
Yeah.
We learned. I'd be like, well, damn, I didn't know they was doing that, So you and Brother Rush be dropping knowledge on us.
Yes.
And I still say, and Clarence tell you, we're always learning. You're going to learn till the day we die. Hopefully you guys can learn something from us because we're still learning stuff from you.
I learned an immense amount from y'all. If you ain't learning, you ain't living. You are being derelict in your duties as a human.
That's huge. And then the last thing I want to say was shoot, I forgot where I was gonna go with that. I just that's the last thing I was gonna say about it is, and I know earlier you guys had said in the conversation the game is to be sold, but see that's the one thing that me and Clarence and me and Arshawn on the other page is I don't, we're not in this for the money. We're in it for pushing forward, like you said, the knowledge, the information to try to help the community, just to help young men. I don't have to fix the whole Black community. If I feel like, hey, my time here on YouTube, hey, I imparted some knowledge to 10, 20 brothers or 10, 20 sisters, I'm good with that. Because I started just trying to impart this knowledge to my kids. Yeah. And then other people said they wanted to hear about it. So I was like, okay, let me get in and give my voice. I'm not trying to get no mega following, the mothership or whatever, because I have to do if I have to do what I see some of these larger platforms do, I'll never get that big because I'm not getting any. Some of these bigger spaces, I get little or nothing from, but I come over here to Bro Clarence and I get a whole truckload of good stuff.
So do we, brother. So do we.
I get a truckload here.
It's about the intention, right? One is focusing on economic gain. The other one is focusing on educational and enlightenment gain. And I totally agree with you. I'm talking about, I'm looking at hundreds of thousands of subscribers and their content will be entertaining. And then I see a dude barely cracking 1,000. I'm like, damn, this stream was like, exactly, a wealth of knowledge.
And that's what I say. And one thing you will never see me. I'm not going to be a part of anywhere where you'll never see me hit my Patreon. You know, I'm not in it for that. I'm not even into the hit my Cash App.
Right.
If anything, if I get a stream that's big enough, I'm gonna be like, hey, donate to the United Negro College Fund.
Okay.
Donate to this. Do that. You know, whatever money I'll get, let me get that shit from YouTube, not from you.
Right.
You know, but I'll put down there, donate to the American Lung Cancer Foundation because my mother died from lung disease and COVID, or American, you know, different things like that. Instead of trying to take money from my subs, no, I'm giving you free information. I'm giving you free content. I'm not giving it to you free. I'm obligated to give it. Yeah. That's an obligation. If it was given to me free, I'm obligated to give it away free. I ain't buy this from nobody, so I can't sell it to nobody. I didn't buy this from anybody, so I'm not going to sell it to anybody. It was given to me free, and I will pass it on free of charge as well. So I'm never going to try to use my people, take money from subscribers, do no Patreon and all that. Whatever money, if I want a money grab, I'll money grab YouTube. That's it. We'll get all that through the likes, the subs, the views, and all that in the watch hours. But I'm not going to get it from people who are here who want to hear information. I won't never do that.
Rico, let me say it this way, because this always I remember one stream when you were talking about if basically essentially I'm paraphrasing, but if a woman is saying I'm or you say I want a woman that's submissive, it's like, what? Nigga, I ain't your slave. But if you say, oh, I want a woman that's selfless, then it's a little bit different. So when people hear free, especially Black folks, hey, bro, I got something free for you. It's usually followed by, well, what's wrong with it?
Yeah.
Right? People already perceive the negative connotation of something free. So I would say to reframe it, it's not really about the free information you're getting. It's about the valuable information you're getting. And essentially, if you truly think about it, it's necessarily not free, because you know what you got to pay?
Time.
Attention.
Yep.
There you go. You got to pay attention, and your cost is time.
Yeah.
So that's not free, because people say, how many times do people love to say time is money? So if you're spending time and time is money, then that's your cost.
That's perfect.
So it's not free.
Spend time, pay attention. All I want you to spend and all I want you to pay is time and attention. There you go. Perfect.
There you go. So then you don't even have to mention free. Words like valuable, pay, time, attention, those are trigger words that people regularly understand, and they're attached with positive connotation. But usually when you say free, and it's weird though, right? Because people want free stuff all the time, but when you say, depending on the person that's giving them something free, they expect something to be wrong with it. I even just had a chick where her boyfriend had gave her flowers, and she said, man, I know he probably did something wrong. So when you give too much stuff freely, for reals, people think negatively about it.
Well, y'all, let me first thank Rico, man, for stopping by, man. I appreciate Rico. Let me thank him again for sharing some alleged stories that he has, man, in his back pocket, man. I appreciate him. You know, one thing I like about Rico, man, is, let me tell y'all, man, you guys go to a lot of different platforms, man, and all you hear is, "Yeah, you're right, Clarence. Yeah, you're right, Clarence." The next guest, "Yeah, you're right, Clarence. Yeah, you're right." But what I appreciate about Rico, Be Easy, Rush, y'all will push back. Y'all will push back. Y'all will agree. Y'all will push back. So I don't have to worry about if the vibe is honest in the room. I don't have to worry about that. I know if I got Rico, I got Be Easy, I got Rush, and a few others. If I got them in the room, it's gonna be OG Patrice. If I got her in the room, she'll push back. Sister Wanda, she'll push back. So I never wanted a situation where everybody was just gonna run around the room and agree. Agree with me. So I appreciate y'all for that. And the next thing, me and Rico, we was talking earlier, and we trying to help each other. Saying we trying to, and that's how it is. We trying to help each other get better with this YouTube thing. He's helping me, I'm helping him. So if we can, you know what I'm saying? I know Rico ain't available every time, and same thing with me, right? We old enough to know shit, sometimes stuff happens, man, when you ain't available. But if you are available, we come through and support each other. Same thing with you, Be Easy. I know sometimes you're available, sometimes you're not. Sometimes you're getting off work, sometimes you got caught up, had to go to the store, whatever, right? You really ain't got time. So I don't take none of that personal. If I do like you said, if I do a stream and there's nobody in here, I still act like it's 2,000 people in here. I'll still keep going. So I appreciate both of y'all, and don't y'all sleep on Be Easy, man. I was surfing through YouTube, man. I was on these YouTube streets and I saw Be Easy. I forgot where I saw him at. Man, oh, he basically locked up the panel, man. The panel was like, damn, what can we, they was like, we can't say nothing else. He basically locked the panel up, just basically, and I'd like to think, man, that some of that has come from over here, how he learned how to handle them people, man, because he handled them, man. I was like, damn, man. Be Easy was just handling them, and they was just like, man, they would keep talking, right? I forgot whose stream he was on, man, but they was like, man, what can we say? Young brother got it going on. And I was like, yep, you're right. But I ain't even maybe I do know who's streaming on. I ain't gonna say that because me and this dude got into it. So I'm gonna leave that dude alone. But anyway, yeah, you know what I mean? But my wife calling me, so I'm gonna shut it down, fellas. Yeah, let me shut it down. But anyway, like I said, man, thank y'all for coming through. Be Easy. We need our t-shirts, brother. Tell us how much money we need to send you to make that happen. We could make that happen. And we can get it going, man. Let's stop playing, man. Let's stop playing.
Yeah, I actually got the design already. I just need to print it on the shirt. I got y'all numbers last time. I know your wife blowing you up. Could you just put it one more time in the back chat, you and Rico?
Okay,
I'm
right
actually really gonna text y'all tonight so that y'all at least lock me in.
All right, I'm doing it right now, bro.
And thanks for that shout out, brothers, man. I really love y'all, gentlemen. I feel like I grew up with y'all, but like you right, Clarence. Hey, see, this is the thing, bro. I never stop learning. So I don't come over here just to teach. I come over here to be taught. So if I pick up some game from Clarence or Rico, it's just like Kobe, right? People thought Kobe was just stealing Jordan moves to bite, but he was paying homage, right?
Yeah.
Jordan was like, "Oh yeah, that's cool." So if I hear a talking point or a specific word, and I'm like, "Hey, Clarence put me onto a new word," you know what I'm saying? It's all love and it's all reverence. It ain't me trying to steal your shine. You feel me?
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. You know what? It made me proud, Rick, man. I saw him, and on this show, Be Easy's a peer, man. We're peers, right? On that show, man, he had everybody handcuffed, brother. He had them all handcuffed together, brother. They were just like, what can we do? He had them. I was very proud of the brother, man. I was very proud of him, man. They didn't want to stop talking. All right, y'all. Y'all hear my wife is blowing me up, so I gotta get out of here, man. I'm gonna shut it down. Thank y'all for coming through. I think I might do another one on Saturday. We'll see. But I appreciate y'all for coming through. I definitely will let y'all know.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna text you, bro. Let's organize something epic for Saturday because I usually be super busy on the weekends, but this Saturday I got time.
What time you think you got available?
I know I got to pick the wife up from the airport 5 o'clock, around 5-ish Eastern time. So she's coming. Actually, she's coming back in from San Diego. She's out in San Diego right now.
Okay.
So I got to pick her up from the airport. But other than that, I don't think I got a lot planned for the weekend.
Okay.
So
well,
I mean, just put out a time, and I'm even if y'all going, I know y'all still be going when I come in, or I'll either get the first half or the second half, depending on where it lands. So don't.
What time you going? What time you think you be back at the house, Rick? Because I
don't really know because I'm trying to remember. I think
okay.
Around 5, but I could be mistaken.
Okay.
So I don't want to commit.
I leave a gap. If you come, you come.
Your time, and if you put your time, you say, "Oh, at 3, okay, well, I can jump on and stay from 3 till whatever time before I got dinner." Okay. Or either if you go at 5, okay, I won't be there at the beginning, but I'll catch the second half.
Okay.
Or I might catch the whole thing. It all depends on where you drop it.
Right. Got you, brother. Got you.
But if I find out, I'll look at her schedule tomorrow on their email she sent me, and then I'll let you know. But remember, it'll be East Coast time, as opposed to just take 3 hours from it.
Yeah. All right, man. All right, man. So I'll be easy, get at us, and we will hit you, man, and then we will go from there. We'll see what happens, man. All right.
All right.
Thank you, brother. I'm pulling you down, man. I'm closing out.
Good night, fellas.
You guys have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
All right.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Did y'all see that? Holy smokes. Rico and Be Easy lit it up. And Rush. But Rush fell off, so I don't know what happened to Rush. So y'all don't trip on Rush. Rush is a bounty hunter, man. Something came up. He had to go put somebody in custody, man. So he had to go do what he had to do, man. So, I still got love for Rush, man. Yeah, man. What do y'all think about that? I'm gonna clip Be Easy and Rico up so bad, man. They're gonna feel like they got scissors going across their back. I'm gonna clip them up so bad. Those guys drop so much stuff. And you know what I love about doing these streams with those two brothers and Rush? It's hard because I have to listen to the whole 3.5 hours, man, to find all the clips that I want to clip, man. It's just so hard, man. But that's a good problem to have, man, because so much good information is out there. All right, y'all. So we're gonna try to do a Saturday. We definitely do a Sunday morning. Y'all know that Sunday morning. That is when we do our regular stream, man. And so Saturday morning when we do our regular stream, and that's it, man. That's it. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Y'all could hit me an email if you got a specific topic y'all want us to hit. But definitely, man, check back in with us Tuesday. And if you get a chance to holler at Be Easy, man, tell him thank you for dropping all of that knowledge he dropped, and tell Rico thank you for dropping all of that knowledge, and bring somebody. Let's try to grow this channel, man. I'm not like Rico. I'm not. I know what Rico means. Rico said to you, he said he ain't pushing the cat. What he means is a dude out here saying, "Hey, cash at me," or holding you hostage. Holding the broadcast hostage. I'm not gonna do anything till somebody cash at me. I'm gonna play this ugly music until somebody cash at me, and they hold the audience hostage. I'm not finna do nothing stupid like that. If y'all feel what we doing is valuable, y'all will help us do it so that we can do it even more. Because that's the only thing that cash gonna help us do it more. In Islam, we have 5 pillars, and one of the pillars is charity. And this is my charity, man. I don't look to get paid. It would be nice, but you know what I mean? That's not the motivating factor here. The motivating factor is, like Be Easy said, we're trying to get this information out. And like Rico said, we're trying to get this information out so that people can stop making the boo-boos that me and Rico made when we was young. Y'all could not make those boo-boos. Anyway, strong performance from Rico. Rico, man, number 1 strong performance. Brother Be Easy, another strong performance. And don't sleep on Be Easy. Be Easy. I caught him on another channel, and man, he hemmed them up. He hemmed them dudes up like LA sheriffs, man. He had them dudes hemmed up. They couldn't do nothing with him. Shout out to Be Easy, and of course Rush. Shout out to Rush, the bounty hunter, man. So he's always coming through. And what I like about those brothers are they real, man. If they got a pushback for me, they will give it to me, man. They will give it to me. They had no hesitation. and you know, they don't have no problem pushing back on something, and then we could go get a virtual beer afterwards, man. We don't have no problem disagreeing with each other and still agreeing with each other and still being, you know, cool with each other. So I love that about, you know, that's how real men do. Real men do it like that. All right, y'all. So that's the end of the broadcast. I got to go home. My wife is trying to get me to get over there. She probably fix me something to eat. So I better get moving, you know, before I get in some real trouble because my wife don't like me eating cold food. So, all right, y'all. I see y'all when I see y'all. Peace.